Okay, so I'll give everybody a moment to kind of get settled in, and then we'll get started. I know that this first portion of our coverage is like I said, it got video on it. So now I'm like, okay. Now, after we heard the defense with what they said, let's make sure I want to make sure that we really take a note. Are y'all sure Alex did this? Oh, I don't know. I'm starting to have reasonable doubt here. Y'all know how I can get, and I think I'm getting there now. Our coverage is courtesy of the Trial channel, as you can see. If you want coverage that is broken down by witnesses, very, very structured, like almost like an archive for testimony and trials, please go check her out. Her description is in the chat. And we will also put a link in the chat for anybody that wants to go over there. Go over there and sub, like, subscribe, and share. So we are on. Finally, we got the one forensic witness off of there, so that's good. Yeah, heck, Billy, I'm starting to change my mind. I'm starting to think my boy Alex may be good. He said he don't, even if they offer him a plea deal, he don't want it. He didn't do it. He said somebody else did it, or he don't know. I did not murder Maggie and Paul. Because I would think right now would be the best time for him to take a plea deal, or no, just keep running up all these bills. I don't know. I feel. Thanks, Merelda, for dropping that in the chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. He like, shoot, he didn't hurt his wife, no. And he's saying even if y'all offer him a plea deal, he's not taking it. If the jury is seated in our Dr. Ebony Parker's trial, I will let you guys know, so y'all can be, so we can all be on the same page. I'll let you know as soon as I hear something or see something on it. Okay, so don't think that I just forgot about that for you guys. I will keep an eye out on it, hopefully, because that'll give me some idea what we got going on tomorrow. I know we got the scheduling for our guy Canero. We should get to see a little Sparky. I don't know. Well, listening to the defense team, Pretty Brown, I'm like, well, I don't know. I need to really look at this case, and I'm glad that we are rewatching it. That way I can kind of see what theories can the defense attack. Like, I think they can attack this whole, she had some unknown male's DNA up under her fingernails. They should have put it in CODIS. They do what they want to do when they want to do it, okay? I think that maybe they had it out for the Murdaugh family. Maybe they was done with the Murdaughs over there. Yeah, we might get to see a little Sparky tomorrow. Yeah, I hope she don't get too Sparky, because the judge don't like her like that. Ain't gonna be messing with her like that. Yeah, Billy, you have to have Leah come sort me out, baby, because after listening to Poot, I'm like, Poot, like, look, and then also, Billy, the prosecution team is like being spiteful now. Like, they talk about they're gonna charge this man with DP when they know that they had a big vindictive case, like, and it's illegal to come and raise the charges. So why are they doing that? Why are they saying that? Like, what is your point? I don't know. I don't like that. It seems like it's very political there. But we'll see. Let's keep watching. Here we go, guys.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Reaffirm the testimony about to give in this trial. Shall be the truth so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Take a seat in the witness stand. Say your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jeff Croft, C-R-O-F-T.
So you're Special Agent Croft, how you doing today?
Doing well, sir.
So your beard's about as gray as mine is, isn't it?
Sir?
Your beard's about as gray as mine is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you get to be a senior special agent?
I don't think so.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where are you from? And then tell us a little bit about your career in law enforcement.
I grew up in Baltimore County. I started my law enforcement career in the early 2000s as a reserve deputy with the Baltimore County Sheriff's Office. I got hired full-time, started on the road. I did road patrol. I then went to investigations, where I worked narcotics and violent crime. In 2012, I transferred over to SLED, where I worked in the Low Country region in investigative services. I was assigned to this area for investigative purposes, working homicides, violent crime, financial cases, all sorts of stuff.
Okay. And how long have you been with SLED?
I'm going on 12 years.
Where were you assigned back on June 7th, 2021?
I was assigned to the Low Country region here in Colleton County.
And were you someone called out to respond to the reports of the 2 deaths at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir, I was.
About what time did you get a call, do you think?
I got called out on actually June the 8th, the morning of June the 8th, about 5:30 that morning.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
I was en route to the scene. I was rerouted to our field office here in Walterboro, and given instructions from there.
Okay. And having been given those instructions, what'd you go do to help the investigation? What's the first thing you did?
I located and interviewed Rogan Gibson.
All right. And did you have a conversation with Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask Rogan Gibson about whether or not he had phone communications with Paul Murdaugh the evening before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether he had phone communications with Alex Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether or not he had communications with Maggie Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ask to see Rogan's cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he allow you to take screenshots of some of the records on his cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as exhibits 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just generally tell me if you recognize those particular exhibits.
Yes, sir, these are the snapshots which I took of Rogan Gibson's phone.
Okay. I'll move into the evidence exhibits, states exhibits 165 through 172, I believe, without objection.
And then I admit it.
All right. All right, I'm going to put up on the screen states exhibit 165. And is this one of those images that we were just talking about from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and whose hand is that holding it up? Do you know?
That is Rogan Gibson holding the phone for me to take the picture.
All right, and where was he manipulating the phone for you and then showing you when he found things and then you taking a picture of it with your phone?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay. And does this reflect a incoming call from Paul at a particular time?
Yes, sir, it does.
What time does it reflect that call?
At 8:40 p.m.
All right, and this is going to be on June 7th, 2021?
That is correct, sir.
And how long does it reflect that call was?
Approximately 4 minutes.
4 minutes. I'm going to publish what's been marked as States Exhibit 166. And is this another screenshot that Rogan showed you from his communications with Paul Murdaugh that night?
Yes, sir, it is.
And does it show an incoming call from Paul Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time is that call?
8:44 p.m.
8:44 p.m.?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you next what's been marked as Exhibit 167 to your testimony. And is this another screenshot that was showed to you by Rogan Gibson from his communications with Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
And were these some texts between the two of them?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And does it reflect a text from Rogan to Paul on there?
Yes, sir, it does. At
What time is that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
8:49 p.m.
8:49 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you read that text very quickly?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Marion wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet, tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
All right. Does it reflect any response from Paul?
It does not.
All right. What is the next communication on this particular exhibit?
It's a little got glare on it. I can't, it looks like 9:58 PM.
All right, I'm gonna bring the exhibit up because I know our Elmo's not working great. We're still working on that, but let me actually have you look at it. So we said there was that communication to Paul from Rogan, and then you said there was no response. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Then next thing is Rogan sent the text. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
What time is that text?
9:58 PM.
9:58. What does he say?
Yo. Y-O, yo.
I'm gonna put up on the screen State's Exhibit 168. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does this reflect a number of outgoing calls from Rogan to Paul, trying to get him to answer?
Yes, sir, it does.
Can you tell the jury the times, starting at the bottom, that he's trying to call Paul Murdaugh without an answer?
At 9:10 PM, there's a 2-second outgoing call. At 9:29 PM, there's a 1-second outgoing call. At 9:42 PM, there's a 1-second outgoing call. And at 9:57 PM, there's a 4-second outgoing call.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 169. And does this also reflect an outgoing call from Rogan to Paul that is unanswered?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time was that?
10:08 PM.
All right, we're now looking at State Exhibit 170. I'm gonna bring it up, tell you real quick. Who does this reflect communications with, between Rogan, Gibson, and who?
Mrs. Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, let me go publish this real quick. So it's from who?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, and Rogan sends her a text, is that correct?
Yes, sir, he does.
What time does he send that text?
9:34 PM.
And what does he say?
Tell Paul to call me.
I'm gonna publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir, I can see the time. I can't see the top of it.
Okay,
Okay. I can see
all
it.
right. And who are these communications from on Rogan Gibson's phone?
Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
The defendant?
That's correct.
All right. And were there missed calls from Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you tell the jury what times those were?
At 10:21 PM and at 10:24 PM.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 172. Are these additional missed calls on Rogan's phone or outgoing, missed calls?
Yes, sir, it's missed calls.
And who are they from?
I can't see the top from that.
Sorry.
Mr. Alex Murdaugh,
Okay. And what time were these missed calls from Alex Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
10:25 and 10:30 PM.
Did you ultimately interviewed Rogan Gibson, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Without going into what he said, he told you what his communications and what he did that night and all the rest of it, is that right?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was there anybody with you when you interviewed him?
Yes, sir, it was.
And who was that?
Special Agent Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a buccal swab from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
And tell the jury just really quickly, what is a buccal swab?
Buccal swab is used to get a DNA standard or a known standard that can be used by our lab to compare to potential other evidence. It's a cotton swab, which we use on the inside of the cheek. Very non-intrusive. Once we get it, we seal it. And with evidence tape, it's transported to our lab for our lab's use.
Okay. 1 second. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 154 and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell me what that is. Tell the jury what that is, please.
It's a chain of custody form that we used when we secured the buccal swab from our buccal swab from Rogan Gibson.
All right. Put that up on the screen. And so right there, is that where it says what it is?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is myself.
And then whose name and signature is that right there?
Melinda Worley, Special Agent Melinda Worley.
After you had that interview with Rogan Gibson, what's the next thing you did in the case to assist the investigation?
I went back to the scene where I briefed Senior Special Agent David Owen and the others that was assisting with the investigation. I was asked to go to the residence, the Murdaugh residence, which was down from the kennels.
All right. And what was going to be your goal in going to the residence?
I went to the residence to secure any firearms or ammunition, spent shell casings of that nature that would be potentially compared to or similar in nature to what was at the scene.
Did you go by yourself? Did you go with the team?
It was myself, Anthony Sampson, and Katie McAllister, which are special agents.
All right. What was your particular role or to this team? What was going to be your main job and why you were picked to be on this team to go in the house looking for firearms evidence?
I have some knowledge of firearms and ammunition, and my main duty was to attempt to locate any firearms that were capable of firing similar ammunition that was at the actual crime scene. Any spent shell casings that would be similar in nature that could potentially be tested back to a firearm if one was located or tested in comparison to the casings which were at the scene.
Had you been advised by other investigators what types of weapons or what ammunition had been used to murder Maggie and Paul?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jury what you had been advised?
I'd been advised that it was a 12 gauge shotgun used, capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum. I was also advised that there was a 300 blackout rifle, or excuse me, it's an AR rifle chambered for 300 blackout.
12 gauge and 300 blackout.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Bear with me one second. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 160 to your testimony and see if you recognize that particular disc.
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell me what that disc is.
It's a disc of my body worn camera recording from the day of the house entry.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 159. See if you recognize this particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what's on that?
This is, again, a recording of my body worn camera for the house entrance.
All right, and why are there two recordings of body cams? Why do we have two instead of just one?
After the initial entrance to the residence and some initial items being secured, I stepped outside to speak to the investigative team, which was up at the kennels. And then I walked back in the house. While I was outside, I noticed some items on the ground that needed to be secured. So I walked back in the house, got Anthony Sampson, Special Agent Anthony Sampson, to accompany me outside to collect those items.
And what were those items? I'm going ahead and let's jump ahead. What were those items you ultimately collected out there?
It was 300 blackout shell casings, which appeared to be weathered at the bottom of the stoop, entered to the entrance of the what I call the gun room, and in the flower bed on each side.
All right, and when you say cases or casings, tell the jury what we're talking about. What is a case or a casing as opposed to the whole cartridge? Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Cartridge case is once ejected from the weapon once it's fired. It houses the powder, the primer, the bullet on the end, which is the projectile which leads to the end of the barrel. It's basically just the housing that holds the firing mechanism in a shell or in a casing.
And in a semi-automatic weapon, once the bullet is fired, what happens to the casing?
In a semi-automatic weapon, it is ejected.
It's ejected.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if nobody picks it up, it stays right there on the ground, doesn't it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 159 and 160 into evidence.
Your Honor, we don't object to the video of either one. And there's one longer video that's in the house. I don't know if 159 and 160 that we would object to the audio portion being played. And
Your Honor, I'm going to play that particular video with the audio down because there is discussion with other witnesses who will testify who were in the house. And so that's acceptable to the state for that particular exhibit.
Mr. Griffin,
yeah, that's acceptable.
all right.
As long as there's no hearsay from the witnesses.
You said the audio is down, so here it's admitted under those conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so Special Agent Croft, since we don't have audio on this, we might just kind of narrate it for the jury while things are happening, okay?
All right, sir.
All right, let's do that. All right, what's happening right now?
We are walking up to the side door of the residence, which enters the gun room.
And just real quick, we see that side stoop right there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What was found right there, if anything, by that stoop?
300 blackout casings.
Is that what you just were talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right there, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Who is that individual right there? Do you know?
Attorney Lee Cope,
Who's talking to him?
Special Agent McAllister.
I'm gonna move it forward, going in the house a little bit. Where are we now?
We are inside of the residence at 4147 Moselle Road in the gun room.
Who are you shaking hands with right now?
That would be Attorney Mark Ball,
All right, who's getting their hands shook right now?
Mr. Attorney Ronnie Crosby.
Now, you mentioned Lee Cope and Mark Hall and Ronnie Crosby. Who are those individuals? What, if anything, is their relationship with Alex Murdaugh?
They are law partners were law partners with Mr. Alex Murdaugh at PMPD.
Do you know what Alex Murdaugh did for a living?
He was a trial lawyer, and he also was a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office under Solicitor Duffy Stone.
And what does the prosecutor do?
They try cases for the state,
Criminal cases.
criminal cases for the state. Yes, sir.
All right. That's what he did.
That is correct.
I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit. What's that sort of in the center of the screen right there?
It's a gun cabinet or gun shelf.
What's going on right now?
Special Agent McAllister is explaining why we are there, kind of what we're looking for, and gaining consent to search that area.
Was consent ultimately obtained to search?
Yes, sir, it was.
Let me back it up real quick. All right, at this point, are y'all having a conversation with people who were there? I'm not trying to get into the conversation, just were you having a conversation?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right, and who are the two individuals you're talking to, or three individuals you're talking to right there?
Ronnie Crosby on the right, Mark Ball in the center, and Mr. Lee Cope on the left-hand side. Agent McAllister standing with her back turned.
At some point, did Mark Ball point to anything?
Yes, sir, he did.
And what did he point to?
A 300 blackout rifle, which was sitting in the gun wall.
Did Ronnie Crosby point to it? Let me back up.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then whose body camera are we looking at right now?
That would be mine.
Where are you going right now?
I'm walking over to the gun wall or gun cabinet in order to get a better picture of what Mr. Ball is pointing to.
Is that it right there in the middle?
That is it. Yes, sir.
Right, what is, Mark Ball pointing to right now?
He's pointing to the numbers which are displayed on the bottom of the magazine.
And is this the blackout we're talking about?
That is correct.
All right. Did you look at that particular magazine?
Yes, sir, I did.
What, if anything, did you notice about that magazine?
The magazine stamped with 223.
All right. Is 223 the same ammunition as 300 blackout?
It's same in length. 223 magazine is capable of housing a 300 blackout round.
Well, explain to me a little bit about 223 and which is a type of ammunition, and blackout. What are the differences and what are the similarities between those two rounds?
They both can be fired from the AR frame. It's the 300 blackout is actually approximately a 30 millimeter projectile, a little bit larger bullet than the 223. Has a little more kinetic energy and a little more stopping power than the 223. The 223 is a faster bullet, a little flatter trajectory. It does not have the stopping power that the 300 has. But because the 300 is a larger bullet, and trying to use it in an AR frame, it's neck down, so you don't have quite as much speed coming out or velocity coming out of the barrel than you would with a 223.
What is it you just said, though? A 300 blackout has more of?
Stopping power than the 223.
And stopping power, what does that mean? What is stopping?
It has more impact than the 223 round would have.
Impact. Okay. All right. What else are you looking for right now as you look through the other firearms on that particular gun rack?
Any additional rifles capable of shooting a 300 blackout, and also the any 12 gauge shotguns which are capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum.
Let me ask you this. Did you find any other weapons that can shoot 300 blackout?
No, sir, we did not.
Did you ever find any other weapons on Alex Murdaugh's property that could shoot 300 blackouts other than that one that was in the gun rack?
No, sir, we did not.
We're going to talk more about this in a minute, but did you find some 12 gauges?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. What are we looking at right here?
That's to the right of the gun wall or gun cabinet. It's various ammunitions for different type of weapons, shell casings, just parts for the gun wall.
And you're having a conversation with who right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
As a result of that conversation, was Mark Ball pointing to things,
Yes, sir, he was.
specific things?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did you ultimately come back and collect some of those things?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm gonna fast forward to about 7 minutes, 30 seconds. Keep this thing moving. Right there. What's that right there?
That is an empty box with the label S&B 300 BLK.
Did you ultimately collect that box?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked with State's Exhibit 213 and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, stand by for me real quick. This time we move State's Exhibit 213 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Yeah. I'm gonna show it to you again. I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Does that box reflect the grain weight of the bullets of that ammunition that were inside of?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is that?
147 grains.
All right, and tell the jury, what is 147 grains, or just grains in general, when it comes to a bullet, what does that mean?
It's the weight of the projectile.
And it's possible to have certain ammunition of the same caliber, but it has different weights. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right, and this blackout is 147 grains, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And that's the empty box you found in the gun room?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and right there, is that the grains that you were talking about?
Yes, sir, it
Step
is.
down if you need to, see what I'm pointing at.
I can see you, sir.
All right. Can you read that right there?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does it say?
Cellular and looks like bellet,
All right, and in shorthand, when your people are talking about ammunition, how do they say that?
S&B.
S and B. And then on the back right here, can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does that say?
300 AAC blackout.
If we go back to video clips. For the record, I'm fast forwarding a little bit, just to keep us going. At this particular time, as it relates to the shotguns, are you looking to collect every single shotgun that's on that rack or only specific shotguns?
Only specific shotguns.
And what specific gauge of shotgun were you looking to collect?
12 gauge.
And why only 12 gauge?
That was the shell casings or that was located at the crime scene.
Who's that individual standing in the center of the screen?
That would be Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh.
Now, you mentioned attorneys Lee Cope, Mark Ball, and Ronnie Crosby were in that room as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes,
And
sir.
what's his relation to the defendant?
He is the brother.
Was that everyone that was kind of there, or was there another attorney as well that was present?
There was an additional attorney that walked in the room early in the recording,
And who was that?
Chris Wilson.
Chris Wilson. Just generally, what are you doing right here?
Just getting an overall of where things were at when we went into the room before anything was actually moved.
Saw you doing something with your hands. What are you doing right there?
I'm putting latex gloves on my hands.
What is it you're about to do?
I'm going to start collecting or securing those firearms.
What is that in your hand right there?
That is a 300 or an AR-15 chambered to 300 blackout.
What is that in your hand right there? I kind of fast forwarded it.
That was the magazine which I removed from the 300.
What ammunition was in that magazine?
S&B, 147 grain,
300 blackout?
300 blackout.
I called it item 33 because that's the sled item, but actually it's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. I'm going to have you take a look at that and see if you recognize that. You go ahead and pull it out. Just make sure not to point it at the jury. And if you could also make sure that it is not in a firing state, please, sir.
It is safe.
All right. And what is that item right there?
This is the 300 blackout rifle, which I secured from the gun wall.
All right. Let me see it. Now, Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 84 into evidence.
Your Honor, I object on relevancy grounds. There's no evidence that this gun was the gun. I mean, it's just not relevant. It was found in the house.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hold on that gun for me, please, Special Agent Croft. Let's see what else is in this box. Now I'm going to show you the other part of State's Exhibit 88, and that's marked actually State's Exhibit 210. What's that?
This would be the magazine which I removed from this rifle on the video and the ammunition which it contained.
All right, and what kind of ammunition is that?
It's head stamp S&B 300 blackout.
All right, and do you know the specific brand and make and caliber of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie Murdaugh?
The head stamps on the shell casings at the crime scene was S&B 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about this firearm. What is this thing on the top here?
That is a, I call it an optic, but it's actually a thermal scope, which can be used for shooting in the dark.
Okay. And this particular weapon, is this a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what does that mean? Can you tell the jury what that means?
Each press of the trigger, it will fire and eject the spent cartridge.
And where are the cartridges going to eject when this weapon is fired?
It would eject from the right-hand side, right here,
All right. So if it's being fired, they're coming out this way. Is that correct?
to the right and generally back.
All right. These are the rounds you're talking about right here?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those are the S&B 300s?
Yes, sir, they are.
And this is that magazine that said 223 on it that you were talking about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
To the video, please, ma'am. right, what's that you got in your arm now?
That is a 12 gauge Browning.
All right, and so that's the Browning you collected, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, I'm gonna bring you item 31 here real quick. Before you open it, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna get this blackout rifle out of the way. All right, that's been using the sled item number, but that's State's Exhibit 90, is that correct?
And it's on.
I got you, right there.
Yes, sir.
All right, could you open that up and tell me what's in that if you recognize it, please?
That would be the Browning which I secured from the gun room.
All right, can you, is it in an unfired condition? Can you show that to the jury, please?
It's in a safe condition, breech open,
All right, and this is chambered in what gauge?
12 gauge.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 80 into evidence.
Relevancy, unless they have evidence tying it to the murders. I mean, there are a lot of guns that were seized, Your Honor.
Next, so rule.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
My apologies.
Your Honor, I just want to add Rule 403 grounds for my objection to this gun and all the other guns they plan to enter.
Mixing.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, let's return to the video. Yeah, video, we're good. As you were looking through these various shotguns and picking some up and putting them back and all the rest of it, what are you looking for in making that determination, the ones you could take and the ones that you're putting back?
That it was chambered in 12 gauge.
Just put another gun on the table. Do you recognize that particular gun?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what about the particular condition of that gun? Did you notice, if anything?
That is a 12 gauge pump and the breech is open. Inside of the chamber is a shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered into the, to be fired.
And I've paused it at 20 minutes and 17 seconds. What do we see right there?
That is a 12 gauge shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered. Once you slide the pump action forward, it would be chambered into the chamber and ready to fire.
All right, thank you. And Your Honor, just very quickly for the record, with that Browning shotgun, I believe I referred to it as State's Exhibit 80. It's actually State's Exhibit 90, which I believe was admitted over objection. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91. You could just take a look at it before you pull it out and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
That is a Benelli 12 gauge.
Thank you. Let me close that back up real quick. Just gonna leave that there for a second, all right? Got one step ahead of ourselves, so let's do this one. This is State's Exhibit 87. Let's try this one. Can we do this without knocking everything over?
I think so.
All right, let's try to take a look, just real quick. Don't show it to the jury and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
That is the pump shotgun, which I secured from the gun wall, which is depicted in the video.
This is the one that's on the screen right now.
Yes, sir, it is.
For the record, this is State's Exhibit 89. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if you recognize that. That's the gun we were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Your Honor, objection on relevance, 403. There's no evidence linking these guns to the crime. And we're just cumulative.
Right.
Right.
Did you want to respond to the speaking objection?
Yes, sir, I do want to respond to the speaking objection. It is very important to show the extensiveness of the investigation that was done, particularly as it goes to firearms. And there were multiple guns that were tested, and there will be an innocent list here later to show how those guns were tested and what the results of those. So admitting these guns into evidence to show the extent of what was tested is very relevant, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor. All right, let's go ahead and show the jury this one, if we can, please. Is it not in fireable condition?
Breech is open and it's not in fireable condition.
All right. And when you first got this particular or took this weapon off the wall, what was different about its condition that we talked about?
It had a round that was here ready to be chambered once the full grip is pushed forward.
All right, let me see it just real quick. So is this a semi-automatic type shotgun or a pump shotgun?
It's a pump shotgun.
All right, and when a shell is fired and the mechanism is used, what happens to the spent shell case?
When you bring the forearm back, the shell case is ejected similar to a semi-auto.
Okay. And which way would it go out of this particular firearm?
It would go to the right.
As an example, go to the right?
Yes.
Just pointed out a court reporter, sorry. All right, this item was found within that weapon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me what that is.
It's a 12 gauge, 3.5 inch shell, 2 1/4, number 7.9.
Is that a turkey load?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, let's close this box up. Help me out if you would real quick. You recall what y'all are doing right now?
We are securing a Benelli shotgun.
All right. So we just did states 89. And now let's do states. Can you tell me the number on the bottom of that one?
91.
91. All right, just real quick, if you can just take a look without showing it to the jury and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
That is the Benelli shotgun, which I secured. It's depicted in the video.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move states 91 into evidence.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and again, if you can show that to the jury, please. Thank you very much. Put it back. You point at me, that's all right. All right, I'm gonna show you what's inside this particular exhibit and see if you recognize those items, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what are those items?
Those are two 12 gauge shells, which were loaded in the Benelli at the time we secured it.
What, if anything, can you tell me about the type of shells those are?
Head stamp is Winchester 12 gauge, long beard, so 3-inch, number 4. And the head stamp on the red one is a Federal 12 gauge, 7 2.5 ounce, it's 3.5 inch Federal premium shell.
Different types of ammunition, even different sizes, is that correct?
That's correct.
One is a Winchester and one's a Federal, is that correct?
That is correct.
Let's close this box. All right, back to the video. We're picking up at 21:58. At this point on that gun rack, did you observe any other 12 gauges?
No, sir.
Who you having a conversation with right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
Was he pointing in that box?
Yes, sir, he is.
Was he pointing about what y'all were talking about?
Yes, sir, he is.
For the record, I'm fast forwarding a little bit. We're going to talk more about this, but after collecting these various firearms, did you and the other agents ultimately collect both spent rounds as well as unfired rounds in the property and at the house?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that's what generally the video is depicting from here on out?
Yes, sir, it is.
That empty box we were just talking about earlier?
Yes, sir, it is.
For the record, we're at 28 minutes and 59 seconds. Right up there the top of the screen on top of those little shelves. Do you know what that is?
I don't see where you're talking, sir.
Let me back it up. You can step down for me real quick. Back it up one more time. That silvery thing, you know what that is? Right there.
It looks like a juice box drink.
Okay, juice box drinks. All right, keep on going if you would, please. I'm just kind of fast forwarding it. What's generally going on right here?
Still looking for any additional weapons or ammunition.
Right there on the image at 3804. Who's sitting on the couch?
That would be Attorney Chris Wilson.
All right, bear with me. I'm gonna kind of fast forward through this. And for the record, I'm at 4708. See who was on your cell phone right there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who was that?
Captain Ryan Neal.
Is that your boss at the time?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And so what are you doing right now?
I'm fixing to step outside to talk to him.
All right. Does your body camera go off at that point?
It does.
All right. Tell me what happens when you go outside. Do you go outside that stoop we showed earlier?
Yes, sir, I go out of the side door, same door we entered.
All right. And what, if anything, did you observe outside?
I observed on the ground, right at the edge of the stoop, what appeared to be a 300 blackout spent shell casing, appeared to be weathered as if it had been there for some time.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you decide to do at that point?
After talking to Captain Neal, I went back inside. I asked Special Agent Anthony Sampson to step outside with me so that we could secure those shell casings. We again activated the body worn camera and we walked outside and we secured we secured shell casings from around that stoop.
Okay. Bear with me real quick. All right, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 260 for identification at this time, and I want you to have to take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
Let me take them back real quick. And what are those?
Those are the spent shell casings, which I picked up from around the stoop on the outside of 4147 Moselle Road outside the gun room.
All right, and when you say that they were in weather condition, what do you mean by that?
The brass is tarnished. They had dirt in them. It just appeared they had been sitting in the weather for a while.
And did, I could have the, elements out, please. Did they appear to be shiny like the bullets that were with the magazine that the jury earlier saw from the prior exhibit?
No, sir.
Put this exhibit without objection, put it up on the screen. It's marked for identification at this time. And again, if you could describe for the jury the condition of those cases when you caught your eye.
I apologize. I couldn't hear what you said.
Apologies. Again, if you would, just describe for the jury what you're talking about about these cases when you that caught your eye when you saw them outside.
Well, the brass was not shiny as a new casing would be. It appeared that it had been sitting in the weather for some time. It had began to tarnish inside of the where the bullet had been expelled from the end. The inside had dirt, grass. Obviously, it had been there for a while.
What was the brand and type of ammunition that's in this particular exhibit that you found?
S&B 300 BOK Butch Blackout.
All right, let me go to the video if I could, please.
Down on by your feet. I need to collect them. I saw one over here. There's two right there.
Yes, yeah, she spent crazy.
We'll get a dynamic. All right, go ahead and pick that one up. There's two right there.
Yep.
They've been there a little while. Should be 300s. There's one to your right.
All right, what are y'all doing on the screen right here?
We are locating the 300 shell casings.
Yeah, 300, yep.
Yeah. And it was, I think it's 5.
What's Agent Sampson doing right there?
He is picking the shell casing up.
Is that one of the casings that's in this bag right here that you identified?
Yes, sir, it is. 5 total, I saw. Right here. I could have been wrong. I was just trying to discreetly here to go. The orientation. That is another shell casing on the, if you're facing the door or the stoop door, it'd be on the left-hand side of the stoop.
Ones that are in this bag, State's Exhibit 260?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what brand and type?
S&B 300 BOK.
Okay. Yeah, 5.
Bag them separately. Don't rub them together too much. Keep from scarring them.
Just pick it up.
That would be another SMB 300 blackout shell casing.
It's in this bag we've been talking about.
Yes, sir. See if we can get one in each finger of this glove. It's a new glove.
Just a little bit.
There's two. Three. Freddie didn't hold.
I'm hot
Four.
out here. I'm sweating.
I don't know. And 5. Okay.
.22 long rifle. All right.
Y'all collected all 5 cases that are in this bag?
Yes, sir. We had.
Go to any other locations that day. What day is this right now with those videos you just watched?
6/8 of 21.
21. On June 8th of 2021, the day after the murders, did you go to any other location in the property to search, to your recollection?
I don't think it was that day. No, sir.
Okay. Did you ultimately go and search a shed at the property?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And what specifically did y'all search at the shed?
The trash that had been taken away from the house.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161, your testimony, and see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
That exhibit is, please.
This is a video of my body worn camera when we were actually digging in the trash that was we took to the shed and dug through.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 161 in the effort into evidence, I believe without objection. That's correct.
It's admitted.
All right. This time, I'm going to publish Exhibit 161. All right, tell me what we're seeing. We're at 28 seconds in. What are we seeing right there?
That is the large shed that's our hangar. Just probably to the right middle of the screen would be the dog kennels, dog house. To the far right is the I think it's chicken coop. But the shed is where we went through some trash that we had secured.
All right, and step down for me if you would, please. Let's kind of point that out for the jury. So where are the kennels in this particular video?
Kennels are right here.
And where's the feed room in this video?
The feed room would be right here on the end.
All right, and where's the little doghouse in this video?
This would be the dog house.
All right, what is this thing right there underneath the shed?
That's UTV under the shed.
And then the kennels extend down this way with various cages?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. You can retake your seat. What are y'all about to do right here?
We're about to dig in trash.
Digging trash?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fun job?
It's not, but has to be done. What is it?
All right, 124, I'm just gonna fast forward it some. What is that image right now at 145 that's on the screen?
That is a empty box, 12 gauge premium turkey load ammunition.
All right, and what is that right there?
An empty box of 12 gauge long beard, 3.5 inch. Let's see, 2 ounce, number 4 shot.
And what is that right there?
That is a empty box of 12 gauge. It's got Browning on it, TSS. It's a 3.5 inch, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
All right, for the record, I'm fast forwarding then. What is this right now that we're seeing at 3 minutes and 7 seconds?
That is appeared to be a credit card statement or receipt, and it's got an item circled on it.
And was there was an item circled on it?
That is correct.
And what was the store on that particular item?
Goosey store?
Gucci.
Yeah.
And what was the amount?
$1,021.10.
Okay, and somebody had circled that particular entry, is that correct?
That is correct.
For the record, I'm just fast forwarding through, y'all searching through the trash, is that right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Did you find anything else of note in that trash?
No, sir, we did not.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214, which is an evidence bag, and see if you recognize what's in there.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what's in that bag.
These are the shell boxes which I described on the video or observed on the video, and it's the receipt, credit card receipt, which was torn that we collected from the trash.
All right, the one with the circle thing with Gucci on it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I've moved State's Exhibit 214 in evidence. I believe without objection.
No.
Did it?
I'll jump ahead of the story just a little bit. Did you ultimately return out to the scene to do an additional search, or out to the property as a whole to do an additional search?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and you remember what date that was? Roughly?
I think it was the 13th.
Okay. And what were you looking for on that particular search?
Again, looking for any firearms, shells, shell casings that could be tested for a potential weapon to use during a crime.
All right. And do you remember who were some of the other agents that were out there, or what else was going on at that time?
I think Agent McAllister was there. If I'm not mistaken, Mindy may have been there. There was a number of agents there.
Okay. I'm going to show you. What's been marked for identification or marked right now is State's Exhibit 152 and 151, and see if you recognize those items generally.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And can you tell the jury just generally what those items are?
It's 300 blackout ammunition and magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition that was collected.
All right. And was this collected at various locations on the property during that search?
Yes, sir.
Conversation 152 and 151 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Admitted without objection. How much more time do you have with this witness on direct?
We, there's still a fair amount to cover, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break, talking only to the jury. Everyone else remains seated. We will reconvene at in an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. Please go to the jury room. With regard to the admission of the guns, any further anything further the state or the defense would like to place on the record?
Well, Your Honor, I would put some further argument in the record in that the guns had been tested ballistically. The test excluded the guns as being in the murder as murder weapons, my understanding, and as a result, they're just not relevant. They have photos of the guns, which is completely sufficient information for the jury and to get the information in that they were tested. But sending, just weapon after weapon back into the jury room during jury deliberations, we think is unfairly prejudicial.
All right. And response, Mr.
Your Honor, the defense, as you might expect, has already challenged the sufficiency of the investigation and what was done. I think the state, not only just generally, but also certainly in response to those lines of examination, is entitled to show the extent of the examinations that were done in analyzing the relevant firearms evidence that was on scene. This agent gathered 12-gauge weapons for a reason, because 12-gauge rounds were used to murder Paul Murdaugh, and therefore admission of those we believe is relevant and not overly prejudicial. Certainly nothing about the way we did that examination did anything that was prejudicial. It was all very straight to the point.
All right, relevant evidence means any evidence tending to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. This evidence, so these guns were part of the crime scene in and around the crime scene at or around the time of the murders. Issues have been raised regarding multiple guns, multiple shooters, multiple spent rounds, and the court in its discretion have admitted the evidence as being relevant, and there's no dispute that the defendant had multiple guns in and around his place, and I find that it's relevant and more probative than prejudicial, and that's the basis for the court's order with regard to admitting that evidence. And we'll be on break for an hour and 20 minutes. Thank you.
All the jurors are present.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Senior Special Agent Croft, a couple things I want to kind of go back to just as a housekeeping matter before we move on to new matter. And all right, I'll show you some images. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. We're going first. 163, 173, 158, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183. And just have you generally flip through those and see if you recognize those images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just generally, what are these images of, if you wouldn't?
Those are still images taken from my body worn camera the day of the 8th.
So these are still images from the body worn cameras that the jury saw prior to lunch?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would move in states 163, 173, 158, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Admit it.
All right, let's go through these real quick. We could, if I could get the input to the LMO. Looks like it is on the LMO. All right. We got this fancy hood up here. See if that'll do better for us. All right. Can you tell me what this image is of, please? And this, for the record, my apologies, would be states 163.
That is a picture of the pool table in the gun room that with the 300 or AR-15 300 blackout sitting on the pool table, which I collected out of the gun rack.
All right. And that person right there, who was that?
That is Mark Bull.
All right. I'm going to show the jury now 173. Tell me what this image is, please.
That is that AR-15 rifle 300 blackout sitting in the gun wall before it was pulled from the gun wall, placed on the table.
All right. Still image 158. Can you tell me what that is, please?
That is what I was describing as the side door, which enters to the gun room without going through the main part of the house, the stoop, and out in front of that is where items were collected.
And what items are you talking about?
The 5 300 spent shell casings were collected out in front of the stoop.
Going to go now to exhibit 175. And what is that image?
That is the same side door, just a different angle, same stoop.
All right. 176. Tell me what that is, please.
That is the brick landing at the bottom of the stoop. And just in the center down low, close to the bottom, you can see a 300 spent 300 blackout casing.
What am I pointing out with my finger right now?
That is the spent 300 blackout casing.
All right. Go to exhibit number 177. Tell me what this still image from your body cam reflects.
That is my hand, and I have picked up a spent 300 blackout casing from the side of the stoop.
All right. 179.
Those are the 300 blackout casings which were collected at the in front of the stoop.
All right. And now 180.
That is the left-hand side of the entrance of the gun room, just in the flower bed.
All right. And do we see cases in that image? You can step down if you need to. I know your screen's pretty small. You need to step down. That's fine.
I can't pick it out on that picture.
All right. I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 180 and see if you can make it out.
Yes, sir. It would be at the bottom of the picture, about in the center.
All right. Let me have it come around. We can do it. I'm gonna put it back up and do it screen for the jury, please.
It would be right here.
All right. Sound good? I'm gonna retake the stand, please. Moving on to 181. Tell the jury what this still image reflects, please.
That is three of the 5 300 blackout spent casings that was collected at the base of this, at the front of the stoop.
All right. And then finally, jumping the gun, we have 183. Tell me what that reflects.
That would be to the, I believe, the right-hand side of the stoop, and just at the end of my hand, I'm fixing to pick up a spent 300 blackout casing.
What is my finger pointing to right there?
That is the 300 blackout casing, which I'm talking about.
Right before lunch, there was admitted into evidence states 152 and 151. And you got your readers with you?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you remind us where those items were collected, please?
The ammo was collected from the shelving in the gun room, 300 blackout ammo, on 9/13 of 21. And the 300 blackout the 243 magazine with 300 blackout ammo in it was collected from a black Ford F-150 that was located on the property.
And you got a knife on?
I do, yes, sir.
You mind opening that exhibit for us? And let's take a look at those items, please. Let's go ahead and do mess with that one first, if we could. Can you remove the item from its packaging, please? What you got there?
It's a magazine which fits the AR style rifle that is loaded with 300 blackout ammunition.
All right, and can you see what brand that is on there? On the rounds that you can see?
Appears to be S&B 300 blackout.
S&B 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
Let me take that item. I'm gonna put this up on the screen so you can read it. Before we move on, we're not pulling all the ammo out. Does this magazine appear to be relatively full?
It's pretty heavy, so it's pretty full.
All right. Mine's too big. Go ahead and just put that one back for me, please. What you got in there?
This is another magazine that fits the AR style rifle, which is loaded with 300 blackout.
Can you tell the particular brand of that 300 blackout?
It's head stamped S&B 300 blackout.
All right. Let me go put that up on the screen for the jury. Right. Just real quick before you put it back, does that, we're not taking all the bullets out or cartridges out, does that appear to be fairly well loaded?
It's got some weight to it. It feels like it's fairly loaded.
All right, if you can return that to the bag. I'm gonna put this back in the plastic bag for me. So we got it back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going back to June 8th, 2021, were you present when any efforts were made to collect the cell phone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And who all were you present with when that and when that happened? And just kind of describe the events as they took place, please.
It was myself, Special Agent McAllister, Captain Ryan Neal, Dylan Hightower. There was one or two more people there, but I don't recall.
Okay. And ultimately, was that phone located?
The phone was located a short distance from the crime scene.
All right. And where was it just generally?
If you would come out of 41, out of the driveway of the residence, take a right on Moselle Road, quarter mile, half mile. I don't recall the exact distance on the left-hand side of the road, kind of in the grass area.
When y'all found it, what happened then? Who picked it up? Who collected it? What happened to it at that point?
Captain Neal picked it up. Special Agent McAllister held it in her hand while a picture was taken of it, gloved hand. We were given the passcode to the phone. Passcode was entered into the phone just to verify that it would work, it would unlock. And it did work, it did unlock. It was immediately shut, locked back. And then passcode was written on a sticky note. It was packaged and ultimately turned over to crime scene.
Okay. And you were there when all that happened. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Aside from the things y'all just described, was it otherwise manipulated or tampered with or changed in any way?
No, sir, it was not.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification at this time as exhibit 204 and have you just take a look at that and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell me what that item is.
This is the phone that was recovered on the side of the road belonging to Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
The one you just described?
Yes, sir, it is.
The one that was secured by Captain Neal?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, put it back on, if you will. All right, this time, Your Honor, we would move exhibit 204 into evidence, I believe, without objection. Let me ask you this question. Do you know a guy by the name of John Bedingfield?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that somebody you knew before this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how do you know him, just generally?
John grew up in Barnwell, just like myself. He actually has a son that's the same age as my son. They went to school together, played ball together. I've known John for a number of years.
And what's John do for a living, do you know?
He is a DNR officer.
All right, and does he have a side business?
He does.
And just generally, what does that side business do?
He's got a gun business where he builds, works on firearms.
And prior to this case ever happening, did you ever have any conversation with John Bedingfield about whether or not he had assembled any guns for Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is that something that you knew prior to this case ever taking place?
Yes, sir, it is.
After this case took place, well, let me ask you this. Did you know what ammunition was used by those guns that were assembled by John Bedingfield for Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what ammunition was used for those guns?
Hearsay.
Response.
Yes, not all for the truth of the matter asserted this time, but effect on the listener for his actions.
Anything further?
It's still hearsay, and I'm not sure what his actions are in response to the hearsay. I mean, he's asking questions about what he learned well before these crimes.
Objection is overruled. And so what was the ammunition in the guns from what John Bedingfield told you?
The guns were built and chambered for 300 blackout.
As this case developed, did that prior fact that you knew, that caused you to take any actions?
Yes, sir, it did.
And tell me what actions you took based on that prior knowledge you had.
I contacted John Bedingfield and asked him if he could provide me with paperwork for the weapons that was purchased by Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And was that after these particular crimes that took place?
That was after, yes, sir.
All right. You remember roughly when that was?
It was within a day or so that I talked to him, yes, sir.
All right. And did he ultimately provide you some paperwork?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was that the only conversation you had with John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts that he built for Alex Murdaugh?
No, sir, it was not.
Was there a subsequent conversation?
Yes, sir.
Did you call him back or did he call you back?
I called him back and then to require of a potential additional 300 blackout that was purchased by and paid for by Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. So you called him with an inquiry. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me what your inquiry was to John Bedingfield after he initially provided you some paperwork.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, turned away.
That's okay.
Tell me what your specific inquiry was to John Bedingfield that second time when there was a subsequent conversation.
The second time that I talked to John was to inquire about whether or not he built a third 300 blackout to replace a gun that Paul had misplaced or had gotten stolen earlier in 2017.
Okay. And in response to that inquiry, did John Bedingfield provide you some additional paperwork?
Yes, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as stand by for me. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked at this time for identification only, states 247. Stand by for me. All right, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked for identification only this time as exhibit 247 and see if you recognize that paperwork.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just again, without describing the contents, tell the jury what this paperwork is, please.
It's a copy of cancel checks and copy of the sale of firearm.
All right, and this was documentation that was provided to you in response to your inquiries to John Bedingfield.
That is correct.
And who gave this documentation to you?
John Bedingfield.
All right, I'm gonna again, without going into the contents, look at the second page and tell me, is that the document that was provided in response to your second inquiry when you called them back about the third blackout?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, I'm gonna show you two exhibits. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162 first, and it's a disc, and see if you recognize that particular exhibit, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that exhibit is.
That is a disc from, or excuse me, a video from my body worn camera of a collection of shell casings.
All right, and does it have a date on when that occurred on it?
6/16/2021.
All right, so this is different from what we've already talked about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 248 and see if you recognize that particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and is that additional body cam footage from that search on 6/16/21?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move both exhibits 248 and 162 and evidence. I believe that was good.
Correct, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, so got a search on 6/16/21. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that search, how it came to pass, what was going on, and then we'll get to the footage as to what occurred.
Okay. During the investigation process, we learned that there was a shooting range and some bodies of water on the property. And when I say on the property, it's across the road from the incident location. Through discussion with the investigative team, it was decided that we needed to go over to that shooting range and also search that body of water for any potential evidence that may be found.
And this shooting range, that was still part of the Murdaugh property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct. It would be kind of diagonal to your left from where the kennels are at.
All right, and the information received was that the family used that as a shooting range.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let me show you quickly. Go ahead and just quickly show you these. Show you what's been marked as exhibits 184, 185, and 186, and see if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what those are generally, please.
There, one is the picture of the shoot house. The other is a picture of the inside of the shoot house. And then the third picture is a picture of the area next to the waterway where we collected some items.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move exhibits 184, 185, and 186. Takes exhibits in evidence of legal objection.
No objection.
All right, very quickly, put this up on the screen. 184, again, tell the jury what that is, please.
That is what I'm describing as a shoot house. It has a bench inside where you would set up to shoot targets out in front.
All right, 185. What does that represent, please?
That is on the inside of the shoot house, the chair, the stand where you would sit, and obviously the rail where you would rest your weapon.
All right, what are these little shiny things on the floor there?
That's brass from firearms that's already been fired.
All right, and is that how the scene looked when you found it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and then finally, 186, what does that represent?
That is two 12-gauge spent shotgun shells that was collected over near the waterway behind where we had set our dive trailer up.
All right. Can I have the inputs changed to the video, please? For the record, I'm going to fast forward it to about 43 seconds into the video. Is that shooting house as you observed it?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm now at 1 minute and 19 seconds, and I have it paused. But tell me, what is this thing right here that's kind of up on the counter of that shooting house?
That would be a rest that you would put your rifle in when you're sighting it in or shooting downrange at targets to help stabilize it.
All right, when you're sighting it in, just real quick, explain with the jury what you're trying to do when you sight in a rifle that you would use that rest for.
When you're zeroing your rifle, whether it be 100 yards, 200 yards, you want to hold a rifle as still as possible, obviously. You would have a target downrange at whatever distance you're sighting it in at. You would fire 1, 2, 3 rounds, and then you would adjust your optics and continue till you get it zeroed to where you want it.
And zero means it's shooting where you're aiming.
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, and I'm gonna fast forward through a fair amount of this, but ultimately, after seeing those cases on the floor, did you see any 300 blackout that you recognized just looking down were 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, I did.
Right? And did you send Special Agent David Owen to go get some envelopes so you could collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And ultimately, did you collect about 17 S&B cases at that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
For the record, I'm at 11 minutes and 3 seconds in the video.
What is it? 300? 300 blackout? Head stamp is S&B. Okay, 300. That AAC be okay?
What are you reading out right there?
I'm reading the numbers to identify the identifiers off the head stamp of the shell casing.
Moving now to 1207.
S&B, 300. AAC be okay?
Same ammunition?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna move now.
Your right leg. Hang on, I'm sorry. 300 blackout, AAC be okay?
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Also near the right leg. Front here. Okay. Okay, 300 blackout, SMK, I'm sorry. S and G. Yeah, same head grab. That's indeed what you was on. Well, we're going to give them. Hang on. I'm sorry, it is indeed. AAC, be okay?
Yes, sir, it is.
1619.
S&P 300, blackout, AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
1721.
King Park, to the
Check that. 1717.
BOK, 300, blackout.
All right, let's back up to 1712.
S&P 300, AAC, BOK, 300, blackout.
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving now to 18, about 18 minutes even.
300, blackout, will be the AAC. Okay. S&P 300, blackout, will be the AAC, BOK.
Yes, sir, it is.
Between the table leg and the wall of the shootout,
All right, 1847.
it's gonna be S&B. 300 blackout will be 300, AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
Moving now to 2221. Excuse me, 2216.
S&B, 300, AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
2309.
Will be S&B, 300 blackout, yes, that AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving up to the right front
Now at 2356.
corner. Shootout. So the S&B. 300 blackout, that's out the 300, AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
Then at 2452.
S&B, 300 blackout. AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
Do I have to go get some more envelopes at this point?
I think that's what we just went to do.
All right, I'm gonna move it forward. All right, we're at now at 2802.
S&B, 300 blackout, 300, AAC, BLK.
Same thing.
Same thing, sir.
We're
Now at 2908.
sorry. This is, S&B, 300 blackout, AAC, BLK.
Same thing.
Same thing, sir.
Now we're at 3027.
S&B, 300 blackout, AAC, BLK.
It's the same thing, sir.
Now we're at 3132.
S&B, 300 blackout, AAC, BLK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now we're at 3216.
S&B, all right, 300 blackout, 300, AAC.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
Almost done. Now we're at 3332.
Proposed shootout in front of the chair. S&B. AAC, BLK, 300 blackout.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
Will be in front of the, supervisor on
We're now at 3428.
the table. S&B. 300 blackout. AA. BLK. AA.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
You participated in multiple searches at various locations on the Murdaugh property at Moselle Road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
did you repeatedly find S&B 300 blackout ammunition, both fired and unfired, at various locations throughout that property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, we'll do one more very quick one, and this will be Exhibit 248. I'm going to fast forward to about 102, and I've got it paused, but tell us generally where we are and what we're seeing here again, please.
This location is going to be between where the shoot house was located and the body of water that was there. It's where we had our dive trailer set up and table set up with a shade so that we could actually get out of the weather if we needed to.
And are you collecting any items here?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are you collecting?
Spent 12 gauge shotgun shells.
All right, I'm gonna let that play for a second. And for the record, we're at 24 seconds in. Hold that. All right. We're stopping at 1 minute and 14 seconds. I'm gonna show you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. And are there in fact shotgun shells present in there?
There is.
All right, and where were those collected from, those red shotgun shells?
It's depicted on the video on the Murdaugh property right near the waterway.
All right.
At the shooting range.
Talk about some of the things that you did in this case, and you told this jury that the primary focus that you had here, because of your general knowledge of firearms, was to gather that type of evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
But you also participated in interviews in this case as well, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
You talked about interviewing Rogan Gibson. You talked about interviewing John Bedingfield, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Did you interview the defendant or participate in an interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
You remember what day that was that you participated in an interview with the defendant?
I don't remember the actual date.
Let me show you Exhibit 243 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and what is that disc?
This is a recorded interview which was conducted with Alex Murdaugh on 6/10 of 2021.
Are your initials on this disc?
They are.
Jim. Your Honor, this time we would offer the evidence State's Exhibits 243, I believe, without objection.
Okay.
All right, let's play the video. Just do a quick bit of housekeeping. You talked earlier about your inquiries to John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to show you what's been marked for ID only 245 at this time and see if you recognize that document. You pull it out of sleep.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And without going into the contents of that document, where did you get that particular document?
I received this document from John Benfield.
As part of the inquiries that you earlier described to the jury?
That is correct.
Take that back. The interview of the defendant on June 10th, 2021, where did that take place?
It was in Senior Special Agent David Owens's patrol vehicle in the yard of Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting lodge.
Your Honor, this time we're going to play Exhibit 243, the second interview of Alex Murdaugh.
Can I take this call really
Yes, sir,
quick?
go right
This is
ahead.
my sister.
Yes, go ahead.
And she's trying to. Hey, Mary. Okay, man, I'm meeting with man, when I meet with law enforcement, so I'll call you in just a minute.
Don't have a card. That's fine.
Did Chelsea call you? Okay, okay. Can you let Chelsea know and then make her run Lynn down? Okay, well, tell her to go get Christy to find Lynn. Get any one of the secretaries to find her. All right, thank you. Sorry to put that on you. Okay, bye. Sorry about that.
That's all right. One thing I want to do before we start is I'd like to get a cell phone exam so we can just corroborate everything. Let me get a consent, and I got a guy here that's going to do it. Are you going to download it now? Yes, sir. Okay, great.
So I'll get to keep my phone?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Okay.
Who was the guy that was there to download Alex's phone? Do you remember?
Dylan Hightower with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
He works with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
That is correct.
At that point in time, that was the prosecutor's office in charge of the case. It
That is correct.
was not until August that the case got sent to the Attorney General's office.
That is correct.
What? How much attorney-client privilege
stuff is on there.
A lot?
Okay. We do have a tank attorney that's going to examine it before we ever do.
What is a tank attorney?
A tank attorney, they look at somebody who's not affiliated with the case that makes sure that there's, Jim, do you know? Can you explain it better?
I mean, it's a privileged attorney that doesn't, if there is attorney-client privilege information, it's redacted or extracted by the tank attorney.
How do they know who's the client?
I know.
It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know what?
But-
If y'all get some attorney-client stuff,
Would go through me and
signature,
Just write your name here.
so Alec, I've had situations where
it's not a big deal.
give me a list of all his clients, but
Don't fill out the rest.
I think the big thing, Joe, is, I mean, when you download that phone, I don't know if emails come with it or not, but that's probably where all this attorney-client privilege goes.
And we can actually isolate the emails.
Yeah, that's right. You want to text
My
my clients?
No, I do. I text a lot of clients. I'm not a big emailer.
Is that at 11 or 12, or do you know?
I do not know.
I can tell you that case story if you want me to look at the facts, have it over.
Yeah, what was your date of birth again? Mr. Murdaugh?
2768.
Jim. And last, so they don't get over.
7
Good luck.
7483. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Doesn't say anything on it.
But most of the new ones don't.
Oh, well, it's got.
Jim, you want to witness that for me, please?
And if you got a passcode or
My passcode is
right on there.
start at the bottom 9, go up 9669.
9669.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me run this still number right now.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm actually from Baltimore.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
I got some cousins in Baltimore.
I got people in Baltimore too. Mixon.
Nixon Hall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
You kin to Dickie Mixon?
I don't know. You know, that Mixon was my Uncle Ray Mixon and his son Teddy and Bobby and then
You know,
Freddie Mixon.
Oh, I knew Freddie Mixon very well.
And his wife Anna.
Freddie goes to Elko Church.
Yeah, not anymore. He did.
I mean, we went.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was at his funeral. He had a Tiger Paw Casket funeral. He's a big Clemson guy.
you know Big John Bedingfield, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
I know John.
That's my cousin.
Okay.
All right there.
John Bedingfield, the DNR officer, who is also the one that built the AR style rifles, 300 buck out for him.
And Sweet Caroline.
John's son and my son are the same age. They were in school together.
So, did you grow up in Baltimore?
All right, sir. So he's got it. He's taking care of that.
But I get it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh,
All right, sir. So when we spoke the other night, I got kind of a basic overview.
yes, sir.
And it was pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
need to ask me. You asked me what you need to.
So I want you to, let's start Monday morning and take me through your day.
Monday morning, you know, did I do Monday morning? My wife and my older son had gone to the baseball games that weekend.
Mhm.
You know, I really can't remember what I did Monday. I know I went to work, but
Okay.
you know, I think I was dragging a little bit from the weekend, but I went to work. I usually mess around on my farm, and then I go to work. I was at work. You know,
You need that office in Hampton or?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I was at my office in Hampton. You know, I mean, I was just at my office doing,
Legal work.
yes, sir. I'm sure I can go back and probably recreate some specifics if you need me to, but I can't like sit here and recall on the top of my head exactly what I was working on. I know one thing I was working on was we had some big motions coming up in a Dominion Energy case. I was getting ready for those. And I was getting ready for some motions. I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday. And I was mostly just getting ready for those things. And then
Question as to what he was doing the day of the murders.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And he said he was working on some motions in the Dominion Energy case, and then also where he's personally a defendant in the boat case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's
Yes.
what he said he was doing the day of the murders. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes. sir.
other junk.
What time did you leave the house to go to the office?
I'm not sure.
Who all was at the house when you left?
to go to my office
Yes,
that morning.
Or when you got up, who was at the house?
I'm sure my wife was. And I can't remember if Blanca had made it out there yet or not.
And who was Blanca?
Blanca is our housekeeper.
Okay, okay.
And she comes
Mhm.
different. She doesn't have set hours, but she comes most days. She'll be able to tell you if I was there when she left or not. I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
What's the name of the housekeeper?
Blanca?
And when she left or not. I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
I left a little bit earlier than normal because my son Paul was coming home.
Okay.
Because he had not been with us during the weekend, and he was coming home. We were going to replant some sunflowers the next day,
Okay.
and so he was calibrating, doing, and getting everything ready. So he got home a little early. I left a little early, so he and I could knock around, and we knocked around for, just doing things we like to do out there. We're riding around looking at food plots, looking for hogs, a little bit of target shooting, just bullshit.
You said Paul wasn't with you over the weekend. Where does he live with you at the house on Moselle?
Well, I mean, that's his home, but
Yeah.
he has an apartment in Columbia.
Okay.
And he goes to Charleston a lot of weekends with his buddies.
Okay.
And he had been in Charleston for the weekend.
Okay.
And then Paul works for my brother John, that's out here. You met John. So Paul works for him. So Paul decided he went to spend the night with my brother, his Uncle John. They were very, very close.
Okay.
Sunday night.
Okay.
And then he worked for John Marvin, and he came home Monday afternoon.
Okay.
Just real quick, Alex Murdaugh told you that he left work a little earlier than normal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's what he said.
And one of the things he told you is they were riding around looking for hogs. Is that right?
Looking for hogs. Yes, sir.
Do people often use 300 blackout to shoot hogs?
They do.
About roughly what time in the afternoon?
I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
And we rode, we just rode around. We rode around our dove field looking at how the corn was doing. He and I planted corn in the dove field, and he planted the corn in the duck line, and he was, showing me how much better his corn was doing than mine was. And we rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
We rode the property. Then, we rode around so much. We just rode.
Okay.
Probably. It was a good little while. It was more than 20 minutes or
Yeah.
30 minutes. And, was it 2 hours? I don't know. I'd say it was more than an hour probably.
Really wasn't keeping track of time.
And it wasn't getting dark. Mama wasn't home yet. She had gone to a doctor's appointment. So,
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, target practice, what y'all shoot?
just a little bottle. You give me what gun?
Yeah.
A 22
Okay.
Magnum.
Rat
I
shot.
think, no, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
Okay.
Told you that shot just a couple of times, the target shooting at a bottle 22 Magnum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is 22 Magnum, is that a very small round or is that a much larger rifle round like 300 blackout?
That is a small round,
22 is about as small as it comes.
but they make them smaller, but it is small.
So after y'all got finished riding around, try to take me through the rest of the evening.
All right. At some point we were all back at the house together.
Mhm.
Maggie had gotten home and, we sat down, we ate supper, which we usually eat supper together. The one thing I remember, I don't know how much detail y'all want. So if I start talking about something that you don't need, just tell me and I'll move to something else.
The more detail, the better.
So Paul has been having high blood pressure,
Mhm.
and his mama was worried sick about it. So we were actually, this was a direct thing, getting him. He doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
We hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a 4-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul? What?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be anyway, you know? I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, I'm assuming Paul left
Okay.
because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
After Maggie and Paul went to the kennels?
He stayed in the house.
I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know
wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down from the
I
other
showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
So I left, drove. I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy. I was certain that I heard them pull up. I mean, I was positive that I heard, and people don't just come out there. We don't get like passed through. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
Okay.
Defendant told you that he thought he heard somebody pull up and they didn't?
Yes, sir.
And that was before, according to him, he left the house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, if you heard something pull up, what did it sound like?
I can't tell you what it sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up or Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No. I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
And
had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yep.
Okay.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close. It wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, there's a wild cat that lives around that house. I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car, but I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
At this point, the defendant tells you something about a wildcat running. He wasn't sure if it was a person.
Yes, sir. That's what he says.
But I really don't think, I'm just throwing that out there because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right.
That's totally fine.
I left. I drove to my mom's. I checked on my
She
mom.
lives right out here, correct?
She lives in Alameda. Checked on my mom. Talked with Shelly for a few minutes.
Shelly is
the caregiver.
okay.
And I know that I called some people on the way down. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I know that I called Chris Wilson. I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few phone calls.
Okay.
And
Where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives, or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time job with Wild Wings through January.
Gotcha.
Just kind of killing time. And he was in, his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam. So he had to be in Charlotte. So he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Can I open the door?
So,
all right, so where are we? All right, so then I
left your mom's and making phone calls.
I left my mom's and I went back home, got to the house. I went inside. Nobody was there. I got in the car. I went back to the kennels and,
And when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul, did you see anybody, any cars?
I didn't see anything right there. No, sir.
Take your time.
I saw Maggie and I saw Paul laying down. I knew, I didn't know, I knew it was bad. I went over there and, I saw it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I called 911.
And what made you decide to go back to the house and get a gun?
Yeah, I just think the whole scene had me freaked out.
Okay. Did you take your car back up there or did you run up there?
No, I drove.
Okay.
How did Alex Murdaugh say he went back to the house after finding Maggie and Paul to supposedly go get a gun?
He drove.
And of course, the shotgun that we have is the one you brought back.
They were asking me earlier. I'm not sure which one it was.
Jim, it was a 12 gauge. I know, yeah, Ronnie had a question if it was 12 or 20. It was a 12 gauge.
That came out there.
Yes, sir. I think it was the 12 Camel Benelli.
I think so.
But that's about all you got, Benelli, out there.
And we talked about this a little bit the other night too. I know Paul had been getting some threats and getting some being assaulted from, the boat. Who stands out in your mind, besides the boat incident, who stands out in your mind that would want to come after Paul and or Maggie?
I mean, sir, I can't think of anybody who would want to go to that extreme. I mean, he got a bunch of threats, mostly from, I mean, I have no idea.
How would you receive most of those threats?
What do you mean?
I mean, would people call and hang up on them or send text
No,
or
it wasn't so
social
much
media?
that. No, it was mostly like in-person confrontations are the ones that I learned about. Now, I suspect his friends can probably tell you about more because I doubt Paul told me about all of them.
Okay.
But I knew about a lot of them. There were a lot of times where people would come up to him and he'd be like, they'd say something about, you gonna tell me who was driving that boat, or you little piece of shit, or you driving that boat, stuff like that.
Okay. Who did he go to Charleston with on the boat that weekend?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I know who his buddies are, but specifically who was on the boat with him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I can give you a list of names of who it probably was.
So, Joe, I don't know if you want me to weigh in here and we'll put your pins down, but a good buddy of mine's son went fishing with me yesterday out in the ocean, and he has a best friend, and his dad's name is Lee Chapman. But
yeah,
Lee's son said that Paul slept on his couch in Charleston 2 nights before he was murdered. So it's Lee Chapman's son. I can get his name. You probably know Lee's son. I don't know, but he goes to the Citadel. But that's where Paul was.
Okay.
And I learned that yesterday. I don't know if I haven't said.
Well, cool. I mean, yes, sir. If you could get me Lee Chapman's son's contact information.
There was a bunch of Chapman cousins that Paul was very close with. The closest one being Wills Chapman and Frank Chapman.
Wills Chapman's his name, but I'll get the number for you.
Frank is John Chapman's son, and Wills is Lee Chapman's son.
Yeah, okay. That's where you want.
And those boys are, they're just really good boys and friends of Paul's.
And one of them is Wills with an S, right?
That's right.
And Wills goes to the Citadel. That's you understand?
No, he's graduated from.
Graduated from.
And Frank was in the Citadel, but I think he had some kind of, academic troubles. But I'm telling you now, I can promise you that, those boys love Paul.
Well,
it's absolutely.
Well, I just want to talk to them about their weekend and
Sure.
yeah.
I can tell you this, in riding around with Paul, he was his normal bright, he was a really great kid.
So being a dad myself, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul when you had to call him down and scold him or correct him? What was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
Irresponsibility. He was ADHD. He was bad about jumping from, and he had so many wonderful qualities now, but he was bad about jumping from, he'd start this, maybe not quite finish it, do something else. And, you'll find out from his friends, he had clothes strung out all over the state. He did that with clothes. He did that with guns. He did that with my boats. So.
You lost what?
Even the place stuff.
Okay.
Yes, everywhere. I mean, he would go off for the weekend. Sometimes he wouldn't pack clothes because he's got clothes in somebody's house. I mean, Paul was one, he wouldn't understand how you go out, you and a girl go out on a date. He liked the crowd.
Who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have a girlfriend right now.
Okay. Alex, last time I talked to him like 2 weeks ago, I know we texted, he was going to Greenville for a weekend. I mean, he had friends up there, girlfriend up there.
No, we had a family thing in Greenville, and he came up, Paul didn't play golf. He came up on Friday and stayed Saturday, and then he left to go to Charleston, and we were stayed another day to play golf. My niece on my wife's side is having a baby, and we went up for that.
And you said on Monday, Maggie had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. And I know we talked about this on Monday. Do you call the doctor that she went to, or for what the reason was?
Maggie had a couple little things going on, and I personally think she was going to see Dr. Gordine, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I can find out specifically though. Her mom will know.
Okay. And you said she and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
Yes.
With
me.
With you? And what ball games?
The Carolina Regional.
They didn't make it past those, did they?
No.
All right. Paul was in Charleston, so he didn't hang out with y'all that weekend.
No, sir.
And what time did Maggie get back on Monday night?
It was after Paul and I had gone. She was not there when Paul and I left to go mess around.
Okay.
So, it was sometime after that. So there was a point when, she got back, we got back.
When y'all got back from riding around and messing around on the farm, was she home or?
Yes.
Okay.
Defendant told you that Maggie was home when they got back from riding around the property. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And I don't believe she'd been home too long when.
And what's her car? That Mercedes that's up there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said Bianca had prepared dinner that night?
Yeah, Blanca cooked dinner that night because Maggie cooks, when the boys are home, or she tries to really for me, but she wasn't going to be there that day. So she had Blanca cook a meal.
How is your relationship with Maggie?
Very good. As good as it could possibly be. I mean, we had our issues, but wonderful.
And I'm just trying to understand the family dynamic.
I understand you got to do what you got to do. I promise.
What was y'all's biggest arguments? What your biggest the things that y'all would argue about the most, what would they be over?
I mean, we really didn't argue, but I'd say the only thing that caused any friction between us is that she was always wanting us to go. And I love her in-laws. I mean, they're wonderful people. I love them to death. She was always wanting to go there, stay there a little longer than me and the boys wanted to stay. That was really, and it really, she'd get ticked off.
Yeah. You mean her family? You said her in-law. You mean her family?
I mean her family. I mean, we really didn't argue about much. We didn't have much to argue about. I mean, I'm sure there was an occasional thing that came up that we argued about, but I can't tell you what it is. I can't think of it.
Yeah. Take your time. Okay. Tissue.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
She was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. She was a great mother. She didn't work. And she always said it was her job. She was privileged enough not to work. She was going to make sure she took care of me and the boys. And I mean, she did everything. She did absolutely everything. I'm sorry.
No, you have every right to do that.
I'm good. You go ahead.
That afternoon or during the time you and Paul were running.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go up to around the kennels or anything? Did y'all do anything up toward the kennels?
I'm sure we did. That's our main shop is, right there. But, I mean, we're normally in there for long times tinkering. And I will say that particular day, we did not tinker around there a bunch,
When y'all rode around the farm, what were y'all in the truck or?
Well, we were actually in 2 trucks. We rode in one truck and then we rode in another truck some. One was the black one and one was the white one that was out there.
Mr. Alex,
Yes, sir.
you know, the other day when we were there, we came in and we were talking to John a little bit.
Sure.
And you obviously got a lot of, I say a lot, you said 20, 25 weapons.
Yes, sir.
And you know kind of what you got as far as any kind of, what kind of weapons you may have?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
And I know you might not run them all, but can you kind of run down what you had, what you got, you know, right there
That I own or that's in there now.
that you own?
All right. That I
It's
own.
in there, you know, or wherever they're at.
And, you know, I mean, Paul has guns scattered all over the place. So, you know, some of our guns aren't there. But so you want to know all of them or you want to know what I think is in my house? Or what was in my house on Monday?
Yeah, what was in your house? Let's start with what was in your house on Monday.
Okay. Whatever was in my house on Monday is exactly what was there minus 1 shotgun that I got, that y'all got.
Okay.
No guns have been moved for, you know, there hadn't been any guns moved in and out of there other than when Paul was home. You know, when Paul came home, he would ride around and shoot hogs a lot.
What would you shoot dogs with?
You know, I mean, primarily he would shoot them with Buster's gun. Because
Okay.
Paul had a 300 blackout.
Okay.
And it got, you know, he says it got stolen. You know, and it's been gone for some time.
What did he say Paul liked to do?
That's repeating what the tape says. The jury can hear the tape and just stopping and repeating exactly what Mr. Murdaugh said on the tape.
This witness was actually present, and while there is a recording, he's also fair to relate to the jury what he heard being present for that very conversation.
I overrule the objection.
Thank you.
But anyway,
Let me ask a question again. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that Paul liked to do?
Ride around and shoot hogs.
And what did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that the weapon was he used to do that?
He used his brother's 300 blackout.
so he would use his brother's blackout a lot of times.
So Buster also had a 300.
I gave them both one
Okay. When was that?
uh,
About,
years ago,
okay. More than a year ago,
more than a year ago. All right, so but he would do anything. Paul had this you know, like a little light that I used that night. Paul would take that thing up to, you know, by 308, and I mean he was always rigging something. You know, so
Going back,
sometimes shotguns when he would go try to kill the hogs, because you know the piglets would be grouped up, but normally he would have a rifle when he went to shoot the pigs. So, all right, so going back to the guns, y'all want me to tell y'all what was in there? Don't y'all, I mean, have an inventory?
I videoed the thing. I didn't write down everything that you had. I just took a random, just like recording of what was on the gun rack or on the gun wall in the gun room that day.
And there are some more guns that aren't in that gun room, you know. I don't know how many, but
okay.
you know, like I do know there's a shotgun in my bedroom.
And I think Miss Agent Katie, went with John and saw that one.
Okay. And I imagine there's probably some in some other rooms. I know that I think it was we have two gun cases, one small one and one big one. And I moved some guns from the little case to the big case just because, you know, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
Would those guns have been in the room, in the gun room when we came there with John?
I can't remember exactly when y'all came, but probably. I think y'all came a little because it was a good while before y'all came.
You had earlier shown some body cam footage of your search of the gun room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, that day on June 8th, 2021, did agents also go to other areas of the residence to look for any other firearms that fit the description or fit the caliber of the two weapons from the murder scene?
Yes, sir, they did.
And by two weapons, I should say two calibers from the murder scene.
Yes, sir.
And that would be 300 blackout and 12 gauge.
That's correct.
So ultimately, these weapons that were seized, those are the only ones recovered matching those two calibers.
That's correct.
Calibers. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably
they were-
2 o'clock or so that afternoon before we got there.
Now, did y'all keep any guns out at the kennels?
We didn't keep guns out there, but there were always guns out there,
Okay.
you know? I mean, and I'm gonna be honest with you, we were all a little bit bad about it, but Paul was the worst. You know, he was the worst.
He would leave a gun out there?
He would leave anything anywhere. And, you know, it was not unusual for there to be guns out there.
Did y'all take the,
But like, I can tell you that, I mean, they told me that 300 blackout was used in this. That 300 blackout, you know, it was not out there.
so y'all didn't use that for target practice, or he didn't have it out there with them on Monday?
No.
Okay, no, that's right, because it was in the house.
What did the defendant tell you about whether or not there was a 300 blackout present at the kennels on the night of the murders?
He said it was not out there.
So Paul said that one was stolen or lost, and it was some time ago. Was that reported anywhere?
It wasn't officially reported because I wasn't totally convinced it was stolen,
Okay.
you know, as opposed to lost. But I mean, you know, there was people told about it.
Yeah.
I know that I told John Bedingfield about it. I know that I told some other local officers about it, you know, just in case it turned up in a drug thing.
Okay.
But I didn't do an official report.
Okay.
The two that you bought for the boys, that each one of them had one, and the one Paul lost, is that the only ones that you have?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I thought that Paul got another one replaced, but Buster said we didn't, but I was certain that we did. But, I mean, my memory is it's been gone for a substantial while too.
Long pause. What did Alex Murdaugh, the defendant over there, tell you about the third blackout?
To his memory, it had been gone for a substantial amount of time too.
Do you remember anything about them as far as were they the same colors?
They were identical except for colors.
Okay. Which one was Buster's?
Buster's the one we still have. Paul's the one that lost his.
Okay. What were the two colors?
Black and tan. Buster's is black, Paul's was tan.
Okay. And you say you thought you replaced it after you lost it for another one,
I'm all
but Buster says you didn't?
I believe that we did.
Okay.
I mean, there'll be a record of that, won't
Could be, yes, sir.
it? I know we replaced. But, you know, I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace it again. Well, maybe I just think that now. I don't know. But I'm certain we replaced it.
Have you talked to CB Rowe since Monday or Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we talked about what he had done on the farm. Is he still employed?
He's still employed because I got to have somebody keeping it clean. But I mean, I can't keep him.
Hmm.
I mean, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
And, you know, I told you, I don't know why that story seemed important to me the other night.
Yeah.
I really can't see CB Rowe doing, I just can't, I really do not believe that.
Well, it's an odd story.
It's a messed up story.
And, you know, and I'm just being in law enforcement for so long and working these type cases. And I don't know the Arlington area, but talking to Colony County and seeing the property and how isolated it is, finding somebody that's just going to randomly come up there that late at night that doesn't know the property, you know, so of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random. You feel like it's intentional. I mean, planned.
I don't know what to feel right now. And I hate to say that. I don't know what to feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
All of the evidence that we collected Tuesday morning, and we collected additional evidence on Tuesday afternoon. They've collected evidence at autopsy today. So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, a DNA swab from you.
Okay.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed.
We don't need
so,
that unknown
yeah.
when it actually is a family member.
There's no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he was like a little detective. And I mean, Paul would, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Which leads me to, let's go back to Paul right quick while we're on him. So we have his phone. Do you know his passcode?
I don't. And I'm gonna tell you this right now. There's a few people I can point you to,
Yeah.
but I can tell you that he was super, super, super secretive with that. I mean, cell phone. I asked his brother if he knew it. Did the ones that they got the other day didn't?
Did y'all get any the other day?
Not for Paul's phone. No.
Okay. I know they got Maggie's code.
I know Maggie.
Yeah.
And it works, or it worked.
Yeah.
I've not gotten it, but there's a lot of people out moving parts that may have gotten that information. So we'll follow up on it. If you believe somebody gave us a code for Paul's, or a possible code for Paul's.
Maybe it was Maggie's. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll find out. I will try to find out Paul's code.
Yeah.
But it will surprise me greatly if somebody knows it.
I mean, certainly, talking about the investigation, certainly we're looking at every angle, trying to figure out what fits. And we're talking to, people that were involved in the boat case. We're trying to track down people that Paul knew and were friends with. That's why I asked who he was in Charleston with, so we can go try and see if they might know something or try to figure something out. We're trying to get into his phone to see if there's any information, see if he got like a direct threat from somebody there. I mean, the people that are here are not the only ones working on this. We've got people out doing things right now.
Thank you.
I mean, we're trying to pull everything in. Just the area, Arlington, unfortunately, there's not a lot of people moving around. I mean, I've got somebody looking at videos right now back at the office, going through hours of videos that we've gone out and collected.
Well, thank you all very much.
So,
Mr. Alex,
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me Alex. Thank you for that.
Alex, when you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap. And when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that. I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you're 20.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
And just trying to narrow that, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Ask the defendant, when was the last time he saw Maggie and Paul? What did he tell you?
When he was eating supper.
Until you came back from your mom's and found what you found. Yeah, but Alex probably told y'all this. He did check her pulse. Yes. Right, and that's why we want to do the DNA. To suspect. Right. Right. I don't know. Yes.
When you tried to turn Paul over, do you know if you tried to turn him like towards the kennels or away from the kennels and his phone fell out?
Away. I think I turned him away.
Was he left-handed or right-handed?
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
I mean, usually in his hand. But
The defendant was asked during this interview where Paul normally kept his phone. What did he say?
Usually in his hand.
I mean, it was, it was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone? Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir. Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that, somehow I had that presence of mind that I needed to not mess anything up. And so I tried not to.
And you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It was just so bad. I did it so bad.
You asked the defendant about traumatic picture that he saw of Paul and Maggie. What did he say?
It's just so bad. I did him so bad.
I did him so bad.
Yes, sir.
He's such a good boy, too. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But the little things that we've got.
I understand.
Is necessary so that we can get a little better picture as to what may have happened.
Well, I just thank y'all for everything. My in-laws, my parents, my in-laws, I would like somebody to update me or my brother or somebody so that I can tell them as y'all discover things. Unless for some reason y'all don't do that.
Well,
I mean, they just have so many questions.
I understand. And
I mean, they may even, well, no, they don't.
well, I mean, I know Maggie's mother just had a knee replacement. How is their health overall other than that?
They're ailing a little bit. They're getting on up there. Daddy has some neuropathy, but I mean, they're in good physical health. They're in good, their fortitude is good. They're just, they're just getting age on them,
Yes, sir. Are they in Somerville or are they at the house on Moselle?
No, they live in Somerville,
Okay.
but they're here now.
Oh, they're here in this house?
No, they're in Moselle.
Okay. Because I'll go by and speak with them and meet with them. If you think that would help.
I think that would help a tremendous amount if you would just be willing just to sit down and let them. I mean, hearing from me and John Marvin and Danny and whoever, what little tidbits y'all get, I just, I think it would give them peace of mind to know that y'all got a team of people out there on it.
Yes, sir.
And just to really have something, a tangible person instead of being told.
You got a contact number for Elaine?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get that.
Yeah.
We added just such good people in there. Just
Doing all that, some of the other
people.
guys are back at home.
There's so much, and
Everybody was in
it really would make them feel good.
What are their names?
A lot of technical.
My father-in-law's name is Terry. My mother-in-law's name is Kennedy, and they're Brandstatters. And my sister-in-law, who in her
Spell Brandstetter for me.
Branstetter, and then my sister-in-law, who was closest to Maggie in the whole world, is Marion Proctor. Her husband is Bart Proctor, and they live in Charleston.
Do you have a contact number for any?
I know their numbers.
Okay.
843.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to mute the video with consent of the defense, just so that that number is not broadcast.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree.
I'll tell it. Someone, my life depended on it. I couldn't tell anybody, my mother-in-law or father-in-law.
I'm telling you, man, I've been the luckiest person in the world with in-laws. I mean, they are wonderful.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's my in-laws that I like, it's my wife's in-laws I don't.
There you go.
Let me grab a piece of paper. I'll be right back.
Here's Will Chapman's number.
Need it because another contact number is given, of legal consent of the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You want me to dig them up?
And David, I'm gonna forward you this contract. I just don't want to do it like that. But
Okay.
I want to send you Will Chapman's.
Hold on a minute, please.
Davis. Yeah, I think it's just a phone number. Yeah, all I got was a phone.
All right, so we have victim's advocate, Ms. Marion Walker.
Thank you.
That's her cell number.
Thank you.
There's some information for you on the back. In the victim's advocate program, they help with different things. I think more specifically, what would be more beneficial, especially for you and Buster, is some counseling down the road. Counseling.
You know, I do some assistant solicitor's work.
Yeah.
So, you
Yeah,
know,
you're familiar with it.
familiar with the thing, but thank you so much.
Discussion about victim's advocate. What did Mr. Burr tell you about his career?
That he did some assistant solicitors work, and he was familiar with the program.
And again, what is an assistant solicitor?
He's a prosecutor which prosecutes criminal offenses.
Okay, criminal prosecutor.
Yes, sir.
I know y'all planned out the funeral today. When is the funeral?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right,
Well, we're doing a service tomorrow. Maggie and Paul aren't going to be ready until next week. So we're doing service tomorrow, and then we're going to have a private family thing Monday next week.
Okay. Are y'all doing anything tonight? Because I can run by and talk to Terry and Kennedy tonight.
I think the sooner you can come and talk to them, the peace of mind that would really help them.
Okay.
That's convenient for you. So we're out at the house tonight, but and if for some reason they go back early because of the service tomorrow, that they may be staying tonight, they may not be, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All of their cousins and family on the Brandstetter side and the Hubbard side is coming in from Kentucky. And so they may be going back to stay with them.
Okay.
I'll find out and call you. I think you called me.
Yes, sir.
On the date of this interview on June 10th, 2021, to your knowledge, had there been another death in the family?
At this point, it had not.
Okay. Was there one not long after this?
Yes, it was.
And who died?
Mr. Alex's father,
And what was his name?
Randolph.
Jim's got my number.
Okay,
I gave him
I'll find out and call you in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. All right. Do you have any other questions that I might be able to answer right now that we hadn't gone over?
No, sir.
It's as soon as I get something, and if it's okay with you, John Marvin asked me to go through him.
That's fine.
So I'm not bothering you in case you're doing something. What time is the service tomorrow?
12 o'clock,
Okay. Where is that going to be?
Hampton,
What, at the church or?
it's Graveside.
Okay. So if I get something around that time, I won't bother you. I'll wait 1:30 and.
If you get anything important, you can call me anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
Are y'all going to publicize the service or is it just going to be for family and friends?
No, sir. It's going to be, it's going to be open, but I got TC and those making sure I don't want any press anywhere near.
Yeah.
So,
They don't deserve to be near.
they're going to make sure, in the town of Hampton that, there's no press.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all got my numbers.
I think you threw that phone.
You did. I'm gonna go check on it. Y'all go back in the house. When it's done, I'll bring it to you. Oh, the buckle, yes. Let's do the buckle swab right quick.
You can sit where you at, Alex, and I'm gonna step out, but I got.
What?
Oh, what?
The buckle.
Question asked about, do you think he's through with that phone? What were they talking about?
Mr. Alex's phone, which he had given to us to do a download on.
And who was doing that download again?
Dylan Hightower.
And that was occurring while this interview was going on?
Yes, sir.
Now you're discussing the buckle swab, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
The buckle swab, yeah.
Oh, do I need to spit out my tobacco?
It might be better. Yeah.
I'll get everything together.
I'm doing the consent now.
That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and, where's your gloves at?
You didn't grab gloves?
I did not, but I know one of these vehicles got gloves. I'm not in mine.
We're at 1 hour and 2 minutes. What happens next? What if anything, are you about to do?
I'm fixing the glove up. I'm going to secure the cotton swabs, the sterile cotton swabs, and getting ready to do the buckle swab
And who do you do the buckle swab of?
on Alex Murdaugh.
And the person you've been describing as Alex, person you interviewed, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
You identify him for the jury?
He's sitting at the defense table with the, looks like navy blue blazer on.
And the record reflect he's identified the defendant. Thank you. I'm gonna show you real quick what's been marked as State's Exhibit 157. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the buckle swab, which I collected from Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
All right, this time I would offer State's 157 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do.
This is the buckle swab you took that day, that's on the video.
Yes, sir, it is.
After that, where did that buckle swab go?
It was turned over to crime scene and went to the lab for testing.
And is it general practice with any sort of evidence like this to secure it from any tampering while it's turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the writing on the back of this evidence slip, whose writing is that?
That would be David Owen, and he collected by Jeff Croft.
All right, thank you. I'll show you what's been marked as States 218, States 219, States 220. And just generally see if you recognize those particular documents.
Yes, sir, I do.
And generally, what are those
Property receipts for items that were seized during the searches of at the residence.
that you previously described to this jury?
Yes, sir.
Firearms evidence and the like?
That's correct.
Your Honor, this time, say we move 218, 219, and 220 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Submit it there.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156, and I'm gonna get you to pull out your, in fact, if the clerk, you don't have a pair of scissors I can borrow real quick? All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156, and I'm gonna ask you if you could to open the sealed pouch at the top so we can see what's inside. Okay, please. Small. All right, I'm gonna ask you to hold on to that one. I ask you to return these back into that pouch if you could, please. All right, I'm gonna put 156 on this particular exhibit, and can you tell the jury if you recognize that, what that is, please?
That is the vehicle swab that was collected from Rogan Gibson.
Who collected that buckle swab?
I did.
Did Rogan consent to that buckle swab?
He did.
And did you secure it from any tampering and turn it over to crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would move states 156 in evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
You're admitted, or it's admitted without objection.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as states 155. For identification at this time, see if you recognize this particular item.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me generally what that is, please.
So property receipt for the buccal swab that we took, or I took from Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
And that's the one from the video that's has been played for the jury?
Yes, sir, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I move states 155 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Okay.
Admitted.
Your Honor, that would conclude the state's direct examination of Senior Special Agent Craig.
I think we will call it a day and start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
All of us over here. We want to thank the clerk of court for her assistance every time we need something. She has been there for us. The Colleton County Sheriff's Department, providing security, has given us total access to our client. We feel like we've been treated extraordinarily well by all court personnel. And I want to put on the record, since there seems to be a national media interest here, I've tried many cases in many jurisdictions, and I've never been treated at this level of courtesy and understanding. Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely echo that. Everybody's been great. Absolutely.
Okay, I echo that as well. Very good. Bring the jury. Yeah, remind you, you're still under oath. Cross-examination. Mr. Griffin.
Good morning, Agent Brown. Good morning, sir.
On June 8th, I understood that was your first involvement in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And you went to Moselle on the morning of the June 8th?
I was en route to Moselle, got rerouted to the office, and then went and conducted an interview, and then back to Moselle.
That's right. You interviewed Rogan Gibson and then went to Moselle.
That is correct.
What time did you get to Moselle?
I was around lunchtime when I got there.
And as I understood from your testimony, that your role primarily was because in this case is that because you know a lot about guns and ammunition. Did I understand that correctly?
That was not my sole role. I was in the search of the residence because of my familiarity with firearms.
Yes, sir. And you went and searched the residence with other agents, and we saw those agents, some of them, on the body cam video that played yesterday.
Yes, sir. I was in the gun room.
And this search was a consent search, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And you weren't there executing a search warrant, right?
No, sir, I was not.
And were you aware, though, that there was a search warrant that had been obtained the night before?
I was aware of the consent, the search at the incident location. It's common practice that they get a search warrant to process the scene.
Yes. Sir. Were there any limitations that you were aware of on the scope of the consent to search?
No, sir.
And so, as far as you knew and understood then and understand today, you or other agents that fled could have searched that house from top to bottom on the 8th. Is that correct?
Other agents went through the residence with family members.
And there were no limitations on what the other agents could have looked for, right?
Again, I can't say what limitations was placed on them as they walked through the house. I was in the gun room.
Well, to your knowledge, did anyone look for bloody clothes or dirty clothes in the house while you were there on the 8th?
I was in the gun room and I was collecting guns and ammunition, sir.
Now you mentioned that you had been provided some information about the type of ammunition that was used down at the crime scene where Maggie and Paul were murdered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And one one ammunition was a 300 blackout shell casing. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir, I was.
And who relayed the information to you as the type of ammo that was used for the murder of Maggie and Paul?
It came from the investigative team. I don't recall exactly who called me or who told me the information, but I was relayed the information through our investigative team that was at the scene.
All right, so you were informed that, look out, see what you can find in the gun room related to 300 blackout. Is that correct?
It wasn't limited to specifically 300 blackout. That was a round of interest.
Okay. And then the other round of interest was 12 gauge, correct?
That is correct.
And were you given any information as to what specific type of 12 gauge ammunition was used at the crime scene?
I knew we had a 12 gauge, what believed to be a turkey load or BB load, and then a buckshot.
Okay. And let me talk to you a little bit about the 300 blackout ammunition. You testified yesterday that the grains, the weight of the ammunition found at the house was 147 grains. Is that right?
That is correct. That's what's on the empty box, which I located. And
Is this the empty box, State's Exhibit 213 that you're referring to?
that is correct.
And this, I recall, this pack of ammo on this exhibit has a label of Woody's Pawn and Jewelry and $11.99. You couldn't buy this ammunition in June of 2021 for $11.99, could you?
I don't know what the ammunition cost.
Well, it was a lot more than $11.99.
I don't know the price of the ammunition at that time.
All right. And are you familiar? There's basically two types of ammunition for the 300 blackout. There's the supersonic and subsonic.
I am, sir.
And the subsonic is the heavier of the two, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be a 220 grain.
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
Yes. And the most popular ammunition for hunting is the supersonic, the 147 grain ammunition. You aware of that?
I can't say the most popular would be, but I am aware that 147 grain is used for hunting.
And you're aware that the 300 blackout has it's not a rare gun in the area of Hampton and Paladin County, is it?
It's not as common as the General 223 or the AR-15, 308, different caliber rifles. It's not as common.
But there are plenty out there, right?
I can't testify as to how many's out there, sir.
No, I understand, but it's not the first time you'd seen a 300 blackout on June 8, 2021, was it?
I had seen one before, yes, sir.
And then the 12 gauge, you didn't know what type, you weren't given any type of 12 gauge you were looking for. You just, from the information from the crime scene, right?
The type of weapon I was looking for? No,
Yes,
sir. No, sir.
And then were you given information as to the size of the 12 gauge shell? 2.5 inch, 3 inch?
It was, I was given a 3-inch Magnum was what I was given.
And that was on the buckshot.
I was given 3-inch Magnum of shotgun capable of shooting a 3-inch Magnum.
Okay. Now, and we're gonna get to some of these shotguns here in a minute, but that the Browning Light doesn't even shoot a 3-inch shell, does it?
It does not. 2 3/4 what it shoots.
Right. And yet you seized it
I secured it, yes, sir.
and brought it here in the courtroom and introduced it in this case.
I did, sir.
Yes. A gun that couldn't even fire the bullet that killed Paul, right?
It did not fire the rounds that was located at the scene.
Right. In fact, none of the shotguns that you brought yesterday, according to the ballistic report, your lab analysis fired the shots that killed Paul, correct?
I do not have the lab report in front of me.
Well, you certainly know that after June 8th, SLED was diving in ponds and waterways looking for the murder weapons. Isn't that correct?
We were diving, looking for potential evidence from the scene.
Have you ever found the murder weapons? To your knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor. That's outside the scope of his knowledge.
Objections overruled.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
And are you familiar with what ballistics tests were done on Buster's 300 blackout and whether that was excluded as a weapon used to kill his mother?
Again, I don't have the report in front of me and I'm not able to testify to that, sir.
And you brought this empty turkey load, exhibit 214, I believe, brought these into evidence, the box of turkey shells.
That is the boxes I collected, yes, sir.
And these were empty.
Yes, sir, they were.
And these were found in the trash can.
Yes, sir. They were found in a trash bag, yes, sir.
Okay. And you, what else?
Exhibit. The other end has exhibit number. Exhibit 90 is the Browning Auto 5 Light 12 gauge, which we already talked about, wouldn't even hold a 3-inch shell, but there's no shells, no ammo in the Browning weapon, which is exhibit 90 is off the court, right?
There was no rounds in that weapon.
When you seized it on the 8th, no rounds in it, right?
That is correct.
All right. The Mossberg model multi-mag, which is exhibit 89, you have a 12 gauge shot shell written on the outside. So there was one shot shell in this, loaded in this gun, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And you remember if it was buckshot or birdshot?
It was black. I don't remember what it was.
Will you be able to look at it and tell us?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna hand you exhibit 89 and ask if you can pull out the ammo in there and tell this jury if that's birdshot or buckshot first.
It is a Browning 12 gauge, 3.5-inch Magnum, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
And that's for hunting turkeys, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Put it back in there.
This is closer.
Here we go. Thank you. Yes. So in the Mossberg, there's one birdshot. Now the other, the Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 had 2 unfired shot shells according to your notes on the box. And this is exhibit 91, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether any of these was birdshot, buckshot? Do you remember?
I would have to look at them again, sir.
All right.
There's a black round in here that's a 3-inch number 4 pellet, and then there's a 7 2 1/4 ounce 3.5-inch, but an 89 millimeter.
And those are both turkey loads, right?
It could be used for turkey, yes, sir.
So let's just be clear, neither one of those are buckshot, correct?
No, sir.
Thank you. And again, these were ruled out as having any involvement in the murder of Paul, right? Exhibit 91.
I can't testify to any lab reports. I don't have the lab reports, and that's out of the scope of what I did.
Was it correct to say, Agent Croft, that you did not find any guns loaded in the gun room or anywhere at Moselle that had a birdshot and a buckshot loaded at the same time?
The only weapons I've recovered are the weapons that are there with the rounds that we have just looked at. Yes, sir.
And if you or another agent in your presence made a representation that we found in the gun room a gun with similar loads as that we found at the crime scene, that would be an incorrect statement, would it?
I don't think it would be incorrect to say that guns were loaded in a similar fashion using two different types of ammunition, 2 different loads.
Well, there's no buckshot in any of the 2 guns that you found loaded, correct?
Not when we collected them, no, sir.
And the turkey loads or the bird loads that we just looked at, those the pellets and those are lead, are they not?
I would have to look at the actual boxes that came in or the pellets that are in it. Some of them are steel. I'm not sure.
So do you know the difference between steel and lead?
Do I know the difference?
Yeah. And what's the difference? Why would you have steel versus lead?
Steel shot is used a lot in waterfowl hunting, that type of stuff. Lead shot is used for normal everyday rabbit, squirrel, dove.
Well, we do have some boxes here, 214. Can you tell us whether this is lead or steel?
The Winchester 12 gauge shot lock lead is a turkey load number 4. The Browning box, I do not see it indicated on the box what the ball is or the pellets are.
What? Let me ask you, is there a turkey on the face of that box?
There is a turkey on the face of the box, yes, sir.
And is turkey a waterfowl bird or land bird?
Turkey is a land bird, sir. And the other box is the same on federal. It's got a turkey on the front.
All right. So those 3 boxes look like they're turkey loads, right?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Did you find any waterfowl shell boxes at Moselle on June 8th?
I did not collect any waterfowl shell boxes from those.
Did you collect any waterfowl unfired shotgun, 12-gauge shotgun shells at Moselle on June the 8th?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Have you ever collected unfired shotgun shells for waterfowl at Moselle as part of this investigation?
I do not recall collecting any waterfowl shot.
Are you aware, sir, that the shot that blew Paul Murdaugh's head off was Winchester dry lock, steel waterfowl, 12-gauge ammunition?
I was aware that the pellets were steel.
Well, you can look at the outside of the spent shell casing and see that it's Winchester dry lock, correct?
If I had the shell casing, yes, sir, I could see it.
And you know that to be a waterfowl, a duck load, correct?
I know that it's primarily used for duck load, yes, sir.
And you know that's what killed Paul Murdaugh.
I do know that it was steel shot.
And you didn't find any similar ammunition at Moselle on June the 8th or any time after that, correct?
I did not, sir.
Now, you were showing pictures of the gun room and and I think you testified there's some 25 guns and gun racks.
It's roughly 20 to 25 guns.
And this is 1,700 acres of hunting land?
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, did it shock you to see that many guns? And they were all hunting guns, were they not?
It did not shock me to see that many hunting guns.
And a lot of people in Hampton, Paladin, this part of Low Country, when they hunt with those types of guns. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And nothing, you didn't find anything unusual about the number of guns they had in their house, right?
I did not, sir.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned that you know something about the ejection pattern of the 300 blackout. You remember testifying about that?
I remember testifying that it ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
And I'm gonna let you take it out. I'm a city boy.
May I stand?
Yeah, yes, sir, please. Do you mind, y'all? Yourself? If you could, while you're standing, if you could just step down and point the gun at that door, and hopefully no one comes through, and show the jury the direction that the cells will go.
Can I point it up?
Point it up would be great. That's probably safer. Told y'all, city boy.
The rounds would be ejected from this side across would be my right shoulder.
Okay. And so, and it's a semi-automatic, and you have to pull the trigger each time, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And every time you pull the trigger, it shoots a shell, ejects off toward your right shoulder, toward the rear, right?
As long as there's ammunition in the magazine.
And how far does it go before it lands? Roughly?
I can't answer that, sir.
Foot, 2 feet, 3 feet?
I can't testify to how far an ejection shell's going. It's came from the weapon.
That's fine. Can you put it back, please?
Yes, sir.
But just what way you have it up, we point to the jury, I think they saw it before, just to be clear. The thermal scope, can you point that out?
This would be this item here.
And you've got to charge that, right? That's sort of, you got to plug it in, battery operated of some sort?
It would have some sort of power. I don't know if it's a rechargeable battery or battery that has to be replaced.
And the thermal scope is for hunting at night, is that right?
It can be used for hunting at night, yes, sir.
A regular scope.
If it's up infrared, it's heat sensitive.
It's hard to hunt at night with a regular scope. Because it doesn't pick up.
Overhead light would work, but this is also used.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Agent Croft, I'm gonna show you what went in the evidence yesterday is Defendant's Exhibit 29. And can you see it from up there?
Yes, sir, I can.
And these like marker 7, 5, 6. I just it's identified in the legend over here, but these are 300 blackout shell cases. You understand that to be the case?
I don't see marker 5 on the printout on the left-hand side there.
And you're right, it's not on. Well, let's just follow along. If these are in fact shell casings, from what you just described to the jury, the ejection path of the 300 blackout, where would the person shooting the gun be standing in relation to these markers?
Your Honor,
6, 5, 6, or 7.
Objection. Qualified as no.
Objection's overruled.
If 7, 5, and 6 are shell casings, that it would be likely that the shooter would be to the upper side of those rounds.
Somewhere near this line in that area?
I can't testify to that line or any kind of angle of that line, no, sir.
Understand, but it would be on the side of the line. It'd be up in here somewhere, right?
It would be on the left-hand side of where those numbers are. It would be likely that the shooter would be on the left-hand side of where those numbers are if you're looking at it from where I'm sitting.
The shooter be on the left-hand side of these numbers and a little forward of these numbers. Is that right?
I can't say because I'm not sure if the ejection hit something on the way out or if there was an obstruction on the ejection. I don't know. I can't testify to how far they would go. I just know that a normal 300 ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Oh, you were at Moselle on the 8th. I think we've established that. And did you go back on the 13th?
I did, sir.
And you went to the house on the 13th as well?
I did, sir.
Okay. And we saw body cam from where you're picking up shell casings around the side door, 300 blackout shell casings around the side door. And I think it was at the 8th when you got the shell casing next to the.
That was around 2 o'clock on the 8th, a little after 2.
Now, jury will have the video if they want to see it, but as you're standing out there, you can see the rooftops of the shed building and some other structures down at the kennels where the murders took place. Remember, you can see the rooftops?
I would think you could see the rooftops.
But that's all you could see, correct? You couldn't see sled agents working around down there by the dog kennels.
No, sir, there's plenty of pines between the residents and the kennels.
So the fact of the matter is you can't see people at the dog kennels from the house based on your personal observations. Is that correct?
From where I was standing, no, sir.
Now, you also testified about the location of Maggie's phone, how it was found.
Yes, sir.
Did you go out there when it was located?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you recall how it was located?
Yes, sir, I do.
How was it located?
We sent information to the phone company for a ping. The ping was actually 20-something hundred meters, which is a long ways. We then learned that she had Find My iPhone on her phone. One of the family members assisted with locating that phone, getting a better location on the phone, and we were ultimately able to find it.
So you found the phone, Maggie's phone, by family member using Find My iPhone.
And I think it was John Marvin is the one that assisted us with that.
And do you think John Marvin was using Buster's phone to do that?
I don't have a clue what he was using.
And then when the phone was collected, you provided the password. Remember, you testified the password was provided.
We were provided the PIN to open the phone.
Yes. Are you aware that Alex Murdaugh provided the PIN, the sled, so they could open Maggie's phone?
Again, I don't know where the passcode or PIN came from, but we were provided a PIN.
Do you know what a Faraday bag is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did anyone have a Faraday bag?
I did not have a Faraday bag.
What's the purpose of a Faraday bag?
To prevent any tampering from outside sources once a cell phone is collected.
And you put the cell phone inside a Faraday bag so it can't hit Wi-Fi, cell phone towers.
Again, it prevents any tampering from outside to prevent anybody from able to communicate with the phone.
It
Any
helps.
outside sources.
It's a tool to secure the evidence to prevent tampering,
It is
inadvertent or intentional tampering, right?
Yes, sir, it is one tool that can be used.
And with Maggie's phone put in a Faraday bag when it was seized on the side of Moselle Road.
No, it was not.
Did anyone ask or bring up the fact that, hey, maybe we should get a Faraday bag before we move this phone?
I did not ask.
Anybody ask in your presence?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, on June 8th, you were briefed and you were advised that Alec found his wife and son murdered. He was the one that discovered them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on June 8th, you knew he was Maggie's husband, Paul's father, immediate family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your longtime experience investigating crimes, murders in particular, someone who finds the bodies and is related to the victims is always going to be looked at. Is that fair?
That would be a fair statement, sir.
And y'all were looking at Alex on the 8th. SLED was, right?
Yes, sir.
And would you have a label? Was he person of interest or suspect on the 8th?
We were looking at Alec being the one that found the deceased, being the husband, the father, in an attempt to get Mr. Alec out of that immediate circle.
And you described this investigative circle. So you draw a circle around potential persons of interest. And Alex was in that circle.
We don't draw a circle around any individual person. We work with a crime scene, which is what we consider the circle. And we work from our way inside out in order to find any potential suspects, identify suspects, clear individuals. So we start with the small circle.
So when you started with the small circle, although you don't draw it, I mean, it's a sort of an investigative mental tool. Who was the person in the small circle?
We had Miss Maggie was in the crime scene, Paul was in the crime scene, and Alec was in the crime scene.
And remember that on the morning of the 8th, there were media reports that Alec was a person of interest in the murder of his wife and son. Do you remember that being public knowledge?
I try to avoid the media in any investigation because I don't want to be influenced by anything that's said.
And what do you recall SLED putting out a press release on the morning of the 8th that the public need not be alarmed?
I do not recall any press release being put out by SLED.
No? Well, the point being, on the 8th, there was a circle and it was only around Alec. He was the only living and breathing person in the circle. Is that correct?
That is the only person that we could place in the circle at that time.
And on the 8th, SLED knew that, from what interviews with Alec, that he said he left Moselle shortly after 9 p.m., went to visit his mother in Alameda, stayed for a while and came back. SLED and you were aware of that fact?
I am aware of that, yes, sir.
Did anybody at SLED ever on the morning of the 8th hightail it over to Alameda and search the house for any evidence whatsoever?
I did not go to Alameda and search the house on the 8th.
Are you aware of anyone ever going to Alameda to search the house until sometime in September of 2021?
There was a number of agents out working. I'm not sure what the other agents did.
Wouldn't it have been a good idea to go to Alameda on the morning of the 8th, where the guy in the circle said he was, right?
I did not go, and I can't testify to what other agents did.
Well, you've been working this investigation. Were you the lead case agent?
No, sir, I'm not.
Who's the lead case agent?
David Owen.
Right. Now, every interview that Alex Murdaugh gave, you participated in, right?
I did, sir.
So were you working, sort of Agent Owen's right-hand man in this investigation?
I was assigned by the captain to assist Agent Owens.
So it's fair that you knew daily developments as the investigation progressed, right?
We had briefings with each other on the case. Yes, sir.
And you knew that at no point in time, in June, July, August, anyone went over to Alameda, searched the house, searched the property for any dirty clothes or any murder weapons.
I know that I did not go, and I'm not sure what other agents in the investigative circle had done.
Well, if you went over there, if you had gone over there on the morning of the 8th, scoured the place and not find anything, that would sort of help nudge Alec outside this investigative circle, would it not?
I can't testify to what if, sir. I did not go.
On the 8th, you were asked to point out, who's that person? Who's that person? Who's that person? That's Ronnie Crosby. He's a lawyer. That's Mark Ball. He's a lawyer. That's Lee Coate. He's a lawyer. You remember that testimony?
I do, sir.
Now, Alec wasn't lawyering up on the 8th. Those were his friends who came over to help him, correct?
They were giving counsel to Alec as far as what we were doing. They were making phone calls to his counsel. That was the instruction which we gave. We were given.
And they were assisting you, as you saw in the body cam, go through the evidence that you ended up seizing in the gun room, right?
They pointed out some items that they had concerns about.
Did you find that their efforts were obstructing your investigation?
They didn't obstruct our search within that gun room, no, sir.
Now, you went back, I think, on June 13th, is that correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
And remind me, what was the purpose of the search on June 13th?
Search on June 13th was a follow-up search of the residence. I would have to see the search warrant, actual search warrant, to see what items was being sought at that time.
Are you testifying that you had to get a search warrant on the 13th?
Search warrant or consent, I'm not sure. I don't know what exact, everything that was being looked for at that time.
Well, in fact, Alex Murdaugh gave consent anytime he was asked by SLED if they could go on the property, right?
My understanding is consent was obtained each time.
And so there was no search warrant on the 13th, was there? That was a problem?
I would have to see our legal ground for being there, as far as whether it was consent or a search warrant. I do not know.
Right. And you don't need a search warrant if there's consent.
No, sir, you do not.
And in this interview, excuse me, this search, you've seized exhibit 151, which is, hand it to you. That's 300 blackout clip. Is that right?
It's a magazine with 300 blackout ammunition, yes, sir.
And that was found where?
Collected from a black Ford F-150.
On the property. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And I think you testified it was found on the floorboard of the truck. Is that right?
I didn't testify to where it was found, no, sir.
Do you know where it was found?
No, sir. Just a black Ford F-150.
Did you find it?
No, sir, I did not.
Oh, it just provided to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the jury heard this videotape interview of Alec on June 10th, where he told you that Paul left everything everywhere. You remember hearing that statement?
I do remember that, yes, sir.
And does this evidence support what Alec told you, that Paul left everything everywhere? If you found a clip, 300 blackout?
I can't testify to who had the magazine in the F-150.
Do you know who last drove that F-150?
I do not, sir.
Was any analysis done of that clip?
The way it's packaged there, it does not appear that there's been any analysis done.
Were any fingerprints taken of that clip?
Again, sir, the way it's packaged, it does not appear that there was any analysis done.
And I think there was another clip that was seized from the shelf in the gun room. I don't have that pulled up, but I think it's 150 perhaps. Did you remember seizing another clip from the gun room?
Yes, sir. There was another magazine with 300 blackout.
Any fingerprints taken from the clip seized from the shelf in the gun room?
I don't think so, sir.
Was there any analysis done of the clip taken from the shelf in the gun room?
The way I recall it being packaged yesterday, it would appear that there was no analysis performed.
Yeah, you brought it to court. You want this jury to have it? Why's that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis for the objection.
I believe that's outside the scope of this witness's purpose here as to why it's being offered in court.
Response to the objection.
You're not asking his knowledge, not anything beyond his knowledge. He can say, I don't know, or if he has a reason.
Overruled objection.
Can you repeat the question, please, sir?
Do you know why you were asked to bring those clips here to court and put them in evidence before this jury?
I do not, sir.
Now, you also did a search of the shooting range. I couldn't go through my notes. I don't have a date. Was that on the 13th or a different day?
I'm not sure if it's the 13th or the 16th.
16th? I think you may be right. Either way, again, that was a consent search, right? Didn't have a search warrant for that.
We did get consent for that, yes, sir.
And the jury saw the video. We're not going to belabor that again, but there was a shooting house, if you will, with a chair and a thing you would rest a gun on. And we saw you picking up a lot of shell casings, right?
Yes, sir.
And the shell casings you were picking up were the 300 blackout spent shell casings cartridges, right?
That is correct, sir.
But there was a lot of brass in there that were not 300 blackout cartridges. Right?
There was additional brass that was not 300, yes, sir.
Now, we didn't get a good look. If you're sitting in that chair in that shooting house, downrange, do you remember what was on the other end of 100 yards or so away? Do you remember what was on the other end?
I do not recall what's back on that end, no, sir. Target of some sort.
Are you aware there's a big dirt mound there?
A berm, too.
That's safe, right? You don't want to be shooting a rifle, just going down the, without something to stop it. So there's a berm there to stop it.
It was going into a wooded area, yes, sir.
But there was a.
That was a dirt
berm.
mound. That was a dirt mound.
There was a target and a dirt mound behind it.
That's correct.
Now, when we saw you picking that brass, who went down to the other end and started digging that earthen dirt mound to find fire projectiles?
I did not go down to the other end, no, sir.
In fact, nobody at SLED went to that other end to dig out 300 blackout fire projectiles, did they?
I did not, and I don't know what the other agents did, no, sir.
Well, you're assisting Agent Owen. You're going to briefings. You didn't hear at any point in time while we should have, or we did dig out projectiles from the dirt mound.
I never heard of anyone digging out dirt mounds, digging out brass from dirt mound.
If you had dug out projectiles from the dirt mound, that could have been sent to the ballistics lab at SLED and done a comparison to projectiles found at the crime scene, correct?
There would be a lot of elements that would go into whether it could actually be looked at or not.
Or you could certainly compare it to what was, you could take a 300 blackout, shoot it out of Buster's gun right there leaning next to you and compare it to the projectiles. You're aware that could be done in SLED, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
But it wasn't, was it?
I'm not sure what testing was done on this particular rifle to compare it to anything at the scene.
Okay. Now let's go to the June 10th interview. You and Agent Owens interviewed Alec in Agent Owens' SUV, SLED issue vehicle on June 10th, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that was at Brother John Marvin's hunting lodge in Barnville or somewhere close by, right?
Yes, sir.
Not yet, not yet. A lot of people were interviewed that day, right?
There was a number of interviews going on at the same time, yes, sir.
And that was consent, correct? The interviews were consensual.
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed, the folks being interviewed that day not only included Alec, but they included John Marvin, his brother, his son Buster, and his other brother Randy. Is that correct?
To my recollection, yes, sir.
And when you pulled up on June the 10th, it's about, was it early afternoon it seemed like?
The timestamp should be on the video. I don't recall what time it was.
But it was a little bit like the agent came in their own car, right?
I think I may have rode with Special Agent Owen. I'm not sure if the others drove their own cars or not.
Well, and so there's at least 4, could have been more than that, cars, right?
That was probably full cars, yes, sir.
And you put each person, Randy, John Marvin, Buster, and Alec, in a separate car all at one time.
Pretty close to the same time, yes, sir. Each one got in the car with agents.
And that's a law enforcement investigative technique so that you don't want witnesses to be comparing notes, and you want to interview them in separate places, same time, and to get what's fresh on their mind without learning what another witness has said, right?
We wanted to interview them individually, yes, sir.
And you said they knew that it was coming, but did you alert anyone that we're all going to be coming in, at least 4 cars, and we're going to interview you separately at the same time?
There was some other things that was going to take place while we were conducting interviews. So it was arranged that they would all be at that location and we were going to meet them there and conduct the interviews.
And you also had a guy there to do the phone extraction.
Yes, sir. Those are the other things I'm talking about.
Now that wasn't told to Alec or John Marvin, or Buster, or Randy before SLED rolled in on the 8th at John Marvin's hunting lodge, right?
It's my understanding that they knew we were coming and that we were going to request the phone analysis be done.
You think someone with SLED would have told Alec ahead of time, told John Martin ahead of time that we're going, when we get there, be sure not to erase anything off your phone because we're going to download it?
I didn't set the meeting up. I went with Agent Owen to conduct the interview.
So, one of the first things you did in the interview was you and Agent Owen was ask Alec if he would give over his phone so that it could be extracted, right?
That was one of the first things we asked for.
And that extraction was done, by another agent who came in a separate vehicle, I assume. Is that right?
He's not an agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, no, sir.
He was investigated with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
That's my understanding of his job title, yes, sir.
And that would be Investigator Hightower, or anything?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
And during the interview, you also, at the end of the interview, you got a buccal swab from Alec, right?
I did, sir.
You got a buccal swab from, not you, but everybody who was interviewed gave buccal swabs, meaning John Marvin, Randy, Buster, and Alec, correct?
I know that Alec, we secured a buckle from Alec. I'm pretty sure that there was one collected from Buster. I'm not sure about John Marvin and Randy.
Now, yesterday, we listened to the entire video interview with Alec, and it ran for almost an hour, could be longer, but you sat on the stand and heard that, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at various points in time, you were asked, what did he just tell you? Did he just tell you this? Remember that?
I do, sir.
And then you get to one point in the interview where you're asked, what did he just say after you said it must be tormenting? And you testified that Alex said on the video captured by audio that it was so bad, I did him so bad. That's what you testified to yesterday.
Yes, sir, that is what I testified to.
Now, are you 100% confident that Alex said, I did him so bad, rather than they did him so bad?
I am 100% confident in what I heard and I interpreted him as saying.
But you would agree that this jury can hear the same thing you heard on June the 10th by playing what was captured on the body cam or the recording equipment in Agent Owen's car, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you heard what you said, you're confident what you heard, that he said, I did him so bad, what'd you do in response to that?
I made a mental note of it. Again, we were still in the early stages of investigation. It was more of an information gathering from Mr. Alec. And we did not have information at that point, to my opinion, to challenge Mr. Alec on any of his statements.
No, I'm allowed to. So Alex Murdaugh was the one and only in the circle on June the 10th. You're in the car with him. And according to your testimony, he says, I did him so bad.
That is what I understood him to say, yes, sir.
And yet you just said you took a mental note of it.
Yes, sir, I did.
I mean, if the guy in the middle of the circle, the only one in the circle, says, I did him so bad, isn't that a significant statement if he actually said that?
It's definitely something we would follow up with.
You never followed up with it, did you?
There was a third interview conducted with Mr. Alex.
There was a third interview. There was a third interview conducted on August 11th, 2021, right?
I don't recall the exact date.
We hear about it, but you were there, right?
Yes, sir, I was.
Tell the jury, if you ask Alex Murdaugh on August 11th, 2021, what did you mean back on June 10th when you said, I did him so bad?
We didn't make it to that point, sir.
In fact, back on June 10th, after you had this, what you heard him say, I did him so bad, you went on to talk about funeral arrangements, whether they're going to be public or private. Isn't that right?
There was questions concerning funeral arrangements, yes, sir.
And Agent Owen says, well, Alex says he's trying to make arrangements so it wouldn't be, a lot of media there or any media there. And, the guy who just said, I did him so bad, I mean, the response to that was, they don't deserve to be there. You recall that?
Repeat that again, sir.
You recall Agent Owen saying in your presence to Alec, the media did not deserve to be at Maggie and Paul's funeral.
I do recall Agent Owen saying something about the media not being there. Yes, sir.
And that was after, according to you, he said, I did him so bad.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider that to be some sort of confession on June the 10th?
Again, it was something that we were definitely going to follow up on. Yes, sir.
Getting ready for your testimony yesterday,
Excuse me.
did you review a transcript that was prepared by SLED of that interview of June 10th with Alec?
No, sir. I've never seen a transcript that was prepared for that.
Are you aware the transcript was prepared at SLED?
No, sir, I'm not.
Are you hearing that the first time?
Yes, sir, I am.
Well, let me ask you back on June 10th. Why didn't you ask him right then and there when he said, I did him so bad? Why didn't you ask him, what do you mean by that, Alec?
Again, it was early in the investigation. It was more of an information gathering interview, if you would call it an interview, with Mr. Alec. And we did not, at that particular time in the investigation, we did not have evidence to challenge anything that Mr. Alec would have told us. It was decided that we would not cross that at that time.
I mean, my question wasn't, why didn't you challenge him? My question is, why didn't you ask for clarification? Like, what are you talking about? You did him so bad.
Asking for clarification of I did him so bad would ultimately be a challenge of what he said.
So what were the things going through your mind when you heard or misheard, I did him so bad? You're like, I wasn't a good dad? I spoiled him, or I killed him? I mean, what was going through your mental note?
There was a mental note that it was definitely something that we needed to follow up on and act at a later time.
Now, from the video, it appears you're back there taking some notes.
Yes, sir.
Did you take notes?
I was writing specific stuff
You
down.
mentioned you made a mental note. This what you heard or misheard, I did him so bad. But did you make a written note of him saying that?
I don't recall if I wrote it or not, sir.
So it's possible that you're sitting there with a guy who's now been charged with murder on June 10th in the interview, the father, the only one in the circle, and he says, I did him so bad, and you can't tell the jury you even wrote it down on a piece of paper.
I don't recall if I actually made a physical note of it or not, sir.
I'm going to play that clip from State's Exhibit 243, which is in evidence. I want you to listen again with the jury. Hang on, young. All right, let's play it. Please, Doug. Exhibit 243 in evidence.
Hey, it's tough.
This is so bad. I did it so bad.
All right, back it up and play it in real time again, Doug. Real time.
Or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting there talking today is tough.
This is so bad. I did it so bad.
Did you hear now, they or I?
I will still testify that my hearing, I hear I.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd like to play it again at 1/3 speed to slow it down. It's the same. Thank you.
Just playing at 1/3 speed, with no foundation laid for who's manipulating it, how it's being manipulated. I think obviously we have it in real time, but there would have to be some additional foundation.
Please play at 1/3 speed.
And sitting talking today is tough. It's just so bad. I did it so bad.
Did you hear they then?
No, sir, I did not.
If you would agree, the jury gets to decide what he said on that tape. That's the best evidence.
I agree that they get to hear the tape and make their own mind up as to what he said. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have on that. Now, I said the date August 11th. You said you weren't sure, but there was another interview with Alex Murdaugh came to the SLED Low Country office, and you and Agent Owen sat down and interviewed him, correct?
That is correct.
Now, on all these interviews that were conducted and that have been played somewhat, or body cam conversations, except for Alec, when you're doing them, do you tell the person that you're interviewing, hey, I'm going to turn the audio recorder on, you're now being recorded? Is that standard operating procedure?
We normally don't advise that we're recording, no, sir.
And you certainly didn't advise Alec that you're recording him on any of the interviews that you conducted with Agent Owen, correct?
I never advised that anyone that that they were being recorded.
And in this meeting that you had, were you aware that Alec was asking for the meeting so that he could get an update on whether you made any progress, any investigation of the murder of his wife and son?
I was aware that Alec had requested a meeting to raise some questions as to what was going on.
I mean, he wanted information as to what was going on, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
But y'all had other plans for that meeting, correct?
No, sir, I'm not gonna say we had other plans for that meeting. It was an interview.
Yeah, I mean, he came there he didn't go to that meeting thinking, I'm going to be interviewed. To your knowledge, did he?
To my knowledge, I don't know what his thinking was. He knew he was coming there to meet with myself and Agent Owen.
Oh. And during that interview, pretty much you made it known to him that, well, I mean, you ask him point blank, did you kill your wife and son?
He was asked that.
And you made it pretty clear that, well, let me ask you, at that point in time, was he full bore suspect in your murder investigation?
He was still a person of interest. There was some questions that we had regarding the information that we had obtained that only he could answer.
And did he answer the questions that you asked?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that interview, he asked you to meet with Maggie's mom and dad, Mr. and Ms. Branstad, and her family, correct?
I think that was the end of the second interview, not the third interview.
All right. Well, shortly after that third interview with Alec, which we'll get the date in the record eventually. A few days later, you and Agent Owen went and met with Maggie's mom and dad, sister and brother-in-law, and nieces, correct?
That is correct.
And part of that interview, that interview was recorded, right?
The interview with
the
Branstaders? Yes, sir. It was audio recorded.
Did you tell them you were recording?
We did not.
And
I don't think. I did not tell them.
And part of the interview was conducted as part of your investigation to get information to assist you in next steps, correct?
The interview was a combination interview. It was to share information and also to gather information concerning family dynamics. Yes, sir.
In that interview, you and/or Agent Owen told the Branstaders and the Proctors that Alec was in this circle of investigation, correct?
It was no secret that Alec was in that circle at that point. No, sir.
And that you also told them he's the only one that you've identified in the circle, correct?
I don't recall saying he's the only one in that circle.
Well, did you identify for the Branstaders or the Proctors any other people in the circle?
They particularly asked about Alex, so I don't recall giving them any other names that was being looked at.
In early August of 2021, was there anybody else in the circle that your slab was focused on?
Again, sir, at that particular date, I'm not sure who all was still within that circle.
And during this interview, Maggie's mother, Ms. Kennedy Branstadter, her father, Mr. Terry Branstadter, her sister, Marion Proctor, and brother-in-law, Bart, and their children described for y'all their observations of Alex's relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
From their observation of their relationship, yes, sir.
And you were asking that as part of your investigative tool. And
yes, sir, that's correct.
And they reported to you that Alec had a loving relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
Rule 801 and 802.
Pardon?
Objection, Rule 801 and 802.
Response?
It's not being offered for the matter asserted, Your Honors, what he did in response to that.
Objection sustained.
Were you given information in that interview? Did they identify other people who had warned Maggie that word on the street in Hampton that there was some risk to her family's safety resulting from the boating accident?
I don't recall any specific information concerning warning of threats of any nature. No, sir, I don't recall that.
You don't recall being provided the name Barbara Milkson?
I do recall being provided names of those that may have information, but as far as specific information, I do not recall any specific information that was shared by the Branstaders.
You know whether Ms. Mixon was ever interviewed following your meeting with the Branstaders?
I know I never interviewed Ms. Mixon.
Were you given information about Ms. Keena Traherne of a similar nature?
Again, I never interviewed Ms. Traherne if her name was given. No, sir.
1 minute, Your Honor, let me check to see what I left. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief Special Agent Croft, a couple things. When you went and searched that house, your focus was searching for guns. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And to your knowledge, when other agents walked through the house with family members, and this is on June 8th, fundamentally, they were looking for firearms. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
You were asked about these weapons that you seized that are put into evidence, and you were looking for any potential weapon that could fire rounds consistent with those that were used at the scene. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'm on redirect, Your Honor. That's what we'll
Don't leave the witness.
What is the point of gathering as much evidence as you can when you have that opportunity? What are you trying to do there?
We were trying to gather as much evidence that could be tested as potential weapons for the scene to be able to include or to exclude Mr. Alex or these weapons from being the person responsible for the murders.
You asked a little bit about this right here, and this was June of 2021, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
I'm sorry?
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what, if any, effect that was.
Ammunition was difficult to get during that time because of the shutdowns during COVID.
Did you find a lot of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
There was quite a bit of ammunition.
Did you find a lot of different types of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you find a lot of S&B 300 blackout in the defendant's residence?
That was mostly what we found.
You were asked about the commonality of various rounds blackout through others, and you mentioned 308, 223, and 556. Can you tell the jury a little bit about those rounds and why they tend to be a bit more common as you testified to, please?
I'm sorry, can you mind repeating?
Yeah, sure. You testified.
Objects beyond the scope. I didn't ask anything about 223s and whatever he said.
He asked about the commonality of blackout, and he answered about those.
The witness asked you to repeat the question. I would like to hear it as well.
Yes, sir. You were asked earlier about the commonality of blackout, and you mentioned it was not as common as 308, 223, and 556. I was asking you to explain a little bit about those calibers and why they were more common.
Okay. 223 is a very common round. It's utilized in law enforcement. 556 is utilized within law enforcement and also within the military. It's prior to COVID, it was easily found, fairly cheap ammunition to go out and shoot as far as rifle ammunition goes. 308 is a hunting rifle, which can be used for larger game such as whitetail and stuff like that. 308 is also a common round that's used within the law enforcement and the military side. It's a very common round. 300, on the other hand, it's just at that particular time, 300 rounds or weapons were just not that common.
How many criminal investigations have you worked where 300 blackout was the murder round?
I have none.
None. You were asked earlier about the boxes and what has been admitted into evidence as states 214. And are there multiple exhibits in that particular bag that was not opened?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right. And aside from the boxes, what, if any, other exhibit is in that particular bag?
It is what appears to be a credit card receipt with one particular item circled.
And that item circled with what?
Gucci.
You're asked something about a few questions about the what the lab report found. And where your experience is in general firearms knowledge, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes,
Are you a firearm marks and tool mark examiner?
no, sir, I'm not.
Is it your role to do that specific analysis?
It is not, sir.
Is that analysis for others to do?
That is correct, sir.
Others who will testify later?
That is correct, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the various loads in some of these shotguns. Did you find weapons that had mixed loads, that had different types of ammunition in them?
Yes, sir, I did.
You're asked a couple of questions about the board that Mr. Harpootlian put in evidence yesterday. You recall those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you aware that both victims had stippling on them from their gunshot injuries?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what is stippling?
Stippling is a powder burn pattern which is left on an individual due to a close range shot.
To a close range shot.
That is correct.
Right. You were asked questions about the location of where shell casings land when they're ejected out of the weapon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Are there a number of factors that go into where a shell casing might actually land?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can people move?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do people move?
People can move, yes, sir.
You're asked a couple questions about the cell phone and whether or not it was put in the Faraday bag. Do you know if that phone was put in airplane mode?
I think it was, yes, sir.
You've been asked a number of questions about the defendant and the investigation. Do you recall during the course of the interview on June 10th, did Agent Owen mention that y'all had talked to 100 people at that point?
I do, yes, sir.
All right. And was the investigation just focused on Alex Murdaugh, or was it focused on anyone and everyone it could focus on?
It was absolutely not just focused on Alex Murdaugh.
In that particular interview, did Agent Owen mention victim advocates or any sort of grief counseling to Alex Murdaugh? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
When you're that early in an interview and you are interviewing someone who might be in the circle, as Mr. Griffin describes it, are you trying to keep your ears open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you trying to keep the lines of communication open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you going to confront somebody that early on, or are you going to try to keep the dialogue going?
Action leading here.
Don't do it.
What is your goal when you're that early in an investigation and interviewing witnesses or potential subjects?
Again, based on what we had in this particular case, the interviews conducted with Mr. Alex was more of an information gathering type of interview. It wasn't an interrogation by no means.
you were asked about whether or not anyone dug some potential projectiles out of a mound of dirt. Were you aware that there were 300 blackout cases found around Maggie's body at the scene?
Yes, I was.
And what was your goal is finding similar evidence in other parts of the property?
Similar casings to the shell casings that were located at Miss Maggie's body.
Did you know that casings could be compared to casings which have been recovered already at the murder scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you find cases outside of the side door?
Yes, sir, I did.
300 blackout cases?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you find 300 blackout cases at the range across the street?
Yes, sir, I did.
You were asked about interviewing a number of witnesses on that day on June the 10th. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is it common standard operating procedure to interview witnesses separately?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything different or unusual about that being done?
No, sir, it's not.
Would you do that in any case?
Yes, sir, I would.
The June 10th interview with Alex Murdaugh, who all was in that car?
It was myself, Senior Special Agent David Owen, Mr. Alex Murdaugh, and counsel.
Jim Griffin was there.
That is correct.
His lawyer was there.
That is correct.
Remind the jury what Alex Murdaugh did for a living.
He was a trial lawyer and a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
Was that interview aggressive in any way?
Not at all, sir.
You asked a number of questions about various firearms evidence that was seized in this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Did you personally seize every single piece of evidence, firearms related evidence in this case?
Not personally, no, sir.
And just generally what the SOP is, when you have multiple agents working a scene and they find evidence, what do they do with it?
They generally will mark it or locate it, and then one particular person actually does the collection to package and make sure that it gets to our lab.
All right, and there can be multiple individuals doing that collection?
Yes, sir.
And then where does it go from there? What happens to sync it all back together?
It's generally packaged, turn over to a crime scene or an analyst at our lab. Chain of custody is provided to track that particular piece of evidence as to where it went.
Are efforts made by those collecting it to avoid tampering with the evidence?
Absolutely.
Is the evidence collected in a manner to preserve it as much as possible in its form?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure for all of SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 145 in the evidence. And can you publish what the crime scene notes reflect about where that was recovered?
It's one unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf and gun room, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
Can I ask you to take these scissors and carefully cut that open, please? Could I have the elbow up, please? All right. Tell me, can you describe that, what that is to the jury, please?
It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge.
All right. And does the plastic part of the shell have any identifying information?
It's got dry lock, 3-inch number 2.
Can I hold that real quick? Is this what the round you were just seeing?
Yes, sir. It appears to be, yes, sir. That's the glares on it. You know, so.
All right. Can you put that back in that bag for me, please? All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked and entered into evidence of State 149. And if you could, first of all, publish again what the crime scene notes say about that particular round.
It's one unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf and gun room, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
All right. And if you could, please, again, carefully open that bag and pull out what's inside and describe it for the jury, please.
It's a black and colored Winchester 12 gauge. On the side, the writing is dry lock 3-inch number 2.
This is the unfired 12 gauge shell that you were just describing?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And again, what's written on this particular round?
Dry lock 3-inch number 2.
If you could return that to that packaging, please, and let's do the next one. I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 146. And again, if you could tell us what the crime scene notes say on that, please.
One unfired shot shell from Kent box on bookshelf and gun room, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge.
All right, and if you could, again, carefully open that and see what's inside and describe it for the jury, please.
It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, Winchester head stamp. dry lock 3-inch, number 2.
Is it the same as the previous two?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can I hold it? All right, you'll put that one back for me. Do the fourth verse. Again, if you'd sort of publish those crime scene notes, and then we'll follow the same procedure, please.
1 unfired shot shell from nightstand in Paul's room, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
All right, tell me what, describe it to the jury.
Head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the side is got writing dry lock 3-inch, number 2.
All right. Same thing?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on to the next one. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 150 into evidence. State's Exhibit 150. And again, if you can, as best you can, tell the jury the crime scene notes on that exhibit.
It's 1, and I can read shell head stamp 12 gauge found from red bin on workshop bench. The state's exhibit tag is over the writing.
Gotcha. On workshop bench, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you would, carefully open that and then describe what you find to the jury, please.
So red in color, federal 12 gauge shotgun shell. On the side is federal premium double aught buck 3-inch mag, 76 millimeter maximum, 1050 ball.
Federal buckshot?
Federal buckshot, yes, sir.
Can I see that?
Yes, sir.
This was found where?
On the workbench from the red bin on the workbench.
I can't tell if that helps or not, but I'm gonna try it.
You can't read it on there, sir.
All right, if you can secure that back. All right, I'm gonna show you now what's been marked as States 144. Let's do the same procedure. If you could tell the jury what the crime scene notes on that particular exhibit reflect.
1 unfired shot shell head stamp 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
If you could carefully open it and describe to the jury what you found.
It's a red and color federal 12 gauge. Writing on the side is federal premium double aught buckshot double aught buck 3-inch magnum.
All right. I'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 143 and have you take a look at that one if you would, please. Good. Read what the crime scene notes say.
1 unfired shot shell head stamp 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
Again, carefully open it and describe to the jury what's inside.
It's a red in color 12 gauge federal shotgun shell stamped on the side federal premium double aught buck 3-inch magnum.
Same thing as that previous two?
Yes, sir, it is.
Federal buckshot, correct?
That is correct.
All right, if you could put that back for me. And we'll do one more. That States Exhibit 148. If you could again tell the jury what the crime scene notes reflect about its location, please.
Says 1 unfired shot shell head stamp 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
If you could carefully open it and tell the jury what's inside.
It's a red in color federal 12 gauge shotgun shell. On the side writing is federal premium double aught buck 3-inch magnum, 3-inch mag.
Same as the previous three, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. 4 dry locks,
Yes, sir.
4 buckshot.
Yes, sir.
The dry locks are what brand?
They're black in color. They are Winchester.
And the buckshots are what?
Federal.
Just got a couple more questions for you. You were asked whether or not you took down any notes at any point in the interview or at a particular point in the interview.
Yes, sir.
The interview is being recorded, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Was Alex Murdaugh in custody at that interview?
He was not, sir.
Was that interview voluntary?
It was, sir.
Was that interview aggressive?
It was not, sir.
Was his lawyer present?
His law attorney was present, sir.
And he's a lawyer too? Or
Yes.
was a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Let the pros.
Further recross.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Agent Croft, you mentioned stippling. With regard to the injuries of Maggie, do you know how many bullet wounds she had that had stippling?
I know at least one bullet wound had stippling. Yes,
Just
sir.
one. That's all you remember?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then talking about on the June 10th, you had interviewed 100 people or more, broad investigation. But did you have anybody else in the circle on June 10th besides Alex Murdaugh?
We had names of interest that we were interviewing. Yes, sir.
And then you were asked about projectiles versus shell cartridges. Are you aware that projectiles were found? 300 blackout projectiles were found in the dog house and the dog bed?
I am aware of that now. Yes, sir.
And that there's a 300 blackout projectile found in the dirt by tire track?
Yes, sir.
So there were projectiles that were found.
That's correct, sir.
Yet you're out of the range, you don't look for projectiles, right?
I was collecting the 300 blackout spent shell casings from the gun room, or not the gun room, I apologize, the shoot house.
Now you showed a number of shot shells, buckshot and apparently dry lock. What date were those seized?
Looks like 9/13 of 2021.
Those were seized 3 months after the murders?
Hang on a second. 9/13/2021. Okay. Is the date that's written on it.
You got June, July, August, September. 4 months after the murders.
That's correct, sir.
And you know whether that property had been secured in that period of time?
It had not been secured by law enforcement during that period of time.
You know if any of that in front of you was on the property on June 7th or before?
It was there the day we collected it. I can't answer that other question.
And I understand you didn't collect any of that, right?
No, sir.
And you don't know where it was collected from other than what you're reading on the envelope, right? And you're reading someone else's evidence description. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
That's all I have here.
Okay, you messed up now.
Okay.
And we'll take a break now, about 10.
Okay. Ouch. Okay, so we have finished with our day 4 and half of 5. I think that's good. I think that's good. Let's see here. Didn't have some healthy debates and discussions in the chat. I tell you, I wish they would get this stuff together. So I guess we will probably do more of Murdaugh on probably the weekend. It looked like we about to ramp up our schedule, our docket for this week. Y'all know we have the Canero sentencing tomorrow, and we also have our Dr. Ebony Parker's criminal trial. That'll be starting up tomorrow, and it'll probably be enough on our docket. I'm trying to see who live right now. I think we met. Oh, I know we can go. That'll be a good place for us to go when we get finished. Miss, let me see. I don't know why my lives don't come up like that. I just seen it on there. Wait a minute, y'all. Yeah, but I know it was a couple things. The reason why I'm just trying to, when I really want to know, like, seriously, like, because it be so much of the small things that really get these people in trouble, like just the smallest detail. And it's like, no matter how much they think they're going to get away with it, it'd be the smallest thing that you don't get. That's why I mentioned the guy about the bugs. Like, he would have never thought about the bugs. Like, would have never thought about the bug thing. But it was the bugs that got him in trouble. And it's like, oh my goodness, like he probably didn't pay no attention to how how he turned over Paul's body or where he placed the phone on Paul's body. Like none of that stuff. I'm pretty sure he didn't pay that no attention. But when they come in there investigating, they looking at everything, they paid attention, right? And that's what I'm saying, just a small thing. So it's just best for people not to crime. But I'll be just wondering how you guys think. So like if the phone wasn't there, could Alex Murdaugh be getting off on this crime? I mean, because I have to be honest, like his demeanor and everything to me, I think is kind of fine. Like I will believe him. I would believe him, but you know, I'm trying to put type her. I don't know why it's not coming up in my thing. Misdemeanor. Let me see. No, I don't know. I don't know why it's not coming up, but I know she lied because I'm looking right at it. Or maybe she doesn't have it where you can read. No, she does have it where you can redirect because I didn't came over there before. Wait a minute. Unless she took it off. Oh, okay. Yeah, there she go. So she is over there doing a Becky Hill, something on Becky Hill. I think going through some stuff in her book. And when I say she, I'm talking about misdemeanor. She is over there, you know, she is doing that. She's an awesome content creator too. That I kind of go to sometimes. Anti-jelly shoe. Billy said, I think he could have. Yeah, I think he could have too. Yeah, in all honesty. Misdemeanor. I think I'm almost sure that's how you pronounce her name. Misdemeanor, yeah. Y'all know I can be chopping some people's names up. Yeah, but she is doing the Becky Hill fiasco. That's what the title of it is. So it kind of piggybacks off right what we're doing. She is I'm trying to see what her thing is. It looks like they're going through some stuff in regards to the complaint. It's some kind of complaint that she going over in regards to Becky Hill. So I'm gonna go over there and listen. I know it, I'm not sure if it's the complaint. I know it can't. I don't think it's the civil suit that they doing right now. Yeah, misdemeanor. You got it, Miss D. You say debates about jelly shoes all the way to the point where Susie Q sending me photos of jelly shoes with socks, with the lace socks. Susie got the she said, look at these jellies with these lace socks, boo. They doing all types of stuff. So yeah, we should have a very interesting day tomorrow, I think, for the most part. I really want to get into this case with this criminal trial for Ebony. Like, I just I feel all types of ways about it, but we'll see once we get in there. I want to see what the opening statements is going to be, how those look. And for our what's his name, Carlos Dominguez, I guess we'll just kind of keep an eye out on that one. I don't know if the jury or what's going on with that one, so we just gonna kind of keep an eye on the prize for that one, and maybe that'll be our second trial if we need to do a second, you know, depending on what the week is like. And what else we got going on? I did see that one trial where he didn't unalive the grandma and the brother with a hammer. I was trying to find the opening statements or see if they had opening statements. They did pick a jury. They did have a small amount of testimony today. So we can also, I'm gonna also check into that one too. But I couldn't find the opening statements, and I don't know if I like cases like that where we can't even get a doggone opener. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, I am going to put our outro song on, and I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna hang with Miss D and see what she talking about in regards to this old Becky T. If you able to hang out, great. Make sure you hit the like button when you go in, and we got our docket together for tomorrow for the most part. All right, guys, let's put on our outro song. We got enough of Alec and his crying today. At least we got to see some video, some photos. Like, I like seeing video and photos, and I just so remember seeing a lot more, but maybe they'll keep coming in.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist, you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up for family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curviel, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and chatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case so far, we're forever take it to trial. and we couldn't ask for more.
Oh, I want to thank everybody for this. I'll be forgetting sometimes. Y'all know I got issues with saying bye. I'm not going to keep belabor this too long. All right, y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow, or I will see you over here at Miss D's chat. All right. Peace.